whatever floats your boat. And we'll see if we can bring our little bits of paradise to your lounge or your house or wherever you're watching from. But thanks for watching, and we'll catch you in a little bit in our Escape to Nature.
Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature, and you're here with me, Alex, in Djuma. And we currently have this very large herd of impala with us, lots of impala lambs, and there were one or two baboons around as well. So a fantastic start to today, a little bit of wind, but nothing really to worry about at this stage. But to all of you that have joined, of course, happy Sunday to you. And just a reminder as well that this is a live and interactive experience, so please do send through your questions, your comments, interesting points, things you might notice, or things you want to chat about. We do love to hear from you, and it's always fantastic when we get to interact with you, the viewer. So do send those through. But a fantastic start, as I said, lots going on here. Awesome to have this large breeding herd of impala, lots of little lambs around, lots of bird life as well. Little woodlands kingfisher calling. I did hear some black-headed oriole as well earlier, but really quite a peaceful start. Just going to have a look to see how expansive this herd is. They're kind of heading into the drainage, into that thicket as well, so wind probably dictating a bit of that behavior, but nonetheless, a really large herd of impala. So I'm just going to pan over to the right. I just want to see if we haven't left any stragglers off, and then we can come back and sit with them. One or two European bee-eaters calling there too. As I said, a rather expansive herd of impala. So it looks like that is kind of the extent of them at the moment. Good morning, Tom, and fantastic. Good to know that you are excited to escape to nature with us, and I'm hoping that it is a fantastic Sunday across the board. We do have a young Inyala male here as well, so really are off to a flyer. Couple of doves as well. Really, this is a large herd of impala. One or two lambs as well. A lot of lambs, more than one or two. Let's just also have a little look down here. We might have missed one or two other Inyala. Just want to see if the baboon are also hanging around. Natal spurfowl as well calling there. Looks like the baboon have kind of pushed off. There's a crested barbet as well calling. I just want to have a little pan just to check and see we haven't missed anyone. And of course we'll just go back to that rather large herd of impala in a second or so. So not too much going on down this side. let us go and sit back with our impala. Perhaps the baboon will pop up again. It's nice that they've been here for the last 2 days. Not every day we get to see them, so always cool to spend time with baboon as well. A little bit overcast this morning too. So the baboon were here in the apple leaf tree again. Doesn't seem like they've hung around for us this morning. So we're going to come back and sit with the impala and that young Inyala male. Lovely little impala lambs. Let's just have a look at them. Kind of like a little creche that's here at the moment. They do obviously sit in creches. It's kind of one of the protection methodologies that they will take up. So not uncommon to see little creches of impala lambs in an area. Nice impala ram as well, just to the back there. Both of those impala rams having a little horning session on the tree. So a rather relaxing morning it seems for these impala. These little lambs also just enjoying a bit of a chill session. It looks like the others are kind of scanning the other side of Gari Dam. And there is one of our Jacobin cuckoos. Good morning, Crystal. Thanks very much for your comments. Yes, it is really fantastic to see the impala spread out throughout the area. There's a little red-billed oxpecker on that one lamb as well at the moment. But yes, as you said, very nice to see the impala throughout. Of course, not just in the open clearings too. So from the sounds of things, we also have a little tree squirrel. That is it there. A little high-pitched chatter going on as well. So perhaps something irritating it. Can't be sure exactly what just yet. So I do think that with the wind, impala are taking the opportunity just to stick to the thickets a little bit. It does kind of act as a buffer for them. Emerald spotted wood dove as well, calling a little bit far away, but definitely picking up the audio. So really great listening to those Natal Franklin or Natal Spurfowl as well at the moment. Of course, lovely that all these impala are around. Really one way to immerse ourselves in nature right now. So fantastic just to see the numbers of them at the moment. They literally don't stop. Hi, Adam. Yes, most definitely they would. But, with many eyes and noses and ears, the impala aren't exactly the easiest of pickings regardless. So it would take a fair amount of camouflage and ambush planning to spook these guys at the moment. But, they are hanging next to the drainage line. And if there was something that was around, it's very possible that that drainage line would be kind of acting as quite a bit of, I suppose, ambush alley, if you really want to call it that. So it's probably more suited for the impala to be a little bit more open, because they would then be able to see anything, kind of stave off an ambush attempt if there was one. But the wind, I think, is kind of pushing them in. The wind obviously not ideal for them either, because it would perhaps then also just mask the sound of anything walking towards them too. So they are very alert anyway. Nice just to have that Inyala male too. So very cool. So very cool. The little Cameroptera as well calling there. Just other audio that's adding to Woodlands Kingfisher. Of course, lovely to see all the red-billed oxpeckers as well. It sounds like a brown-headed parrot too there, that little screech or squawk that went on. Sorry, Ribs, I just need to get your question again. Do we find? Yes, we definitely do find pangolin here in Djuma. And there's extensive work that's actually done by the Sabi Sands Wildtuin with regards to protecting those pangolin, making sure that they are out of harm's way. It's not uncommon for them to even get stuck in some of the fences or even be harmed in other ways. But most definitely we do get pangolin here. Of course, one of the more majestic sightings to see, and something that is really revered by every guide out there, as well as any person wanting to see a pangolin as well. But of course, highly trafficked, and really what a pity about that. But pangolins are really so special. I've really got a soft spot for them. And there are a number of different species of pangolin as well. So in Africa we get 4. So that being the Temnex or ground, which I think it's 3, but the white-bellied, the black-bellied as well, up in the rainforest. And there actually are 4. So the giant ground being the other as well. The black-bellied is arboreal and also diurnal. The other pangolin are generally nocturnal. So there's 8 species of them as well in the world. So we also get the Indian, the Philippine, the Sunda, and the Chinese pangolin. And of course, all of them highly trafficked and highly endangered as well. And it really is such a travesty that that is the case. But as I said, really special animals. They really are cool. I've enjoyed spending time with them in the past. Great to see all these impala. Of course, kind of settling down at the moment. Some ruminating. Others just taking the opportunity. A little bit of an ear clean going on with the red-billed oxpecker. And there might be a bit of aloe grooming as well. They do obviously use those comb-like teeth of theirs also just to brush through their coats, pick out any other ectoparasites as well. And that is also generally why their coats look so fantastic as well. Really, really special. Of course, the most successful of the antelope here in Africa, and that is generally due to their breeding practices. So, of course, they rut once a year, and then they all kind of collectively drop their lambs. And that collective dropping of lambs is one of the reasons why they are so successful. It does mean that because there's such a bounty of impala lambs, that there's a higher chance that lambs then make it through, and then obviously through to adulthood and begin the breeding cycle again as well. But sometimes it is noted that there can be a second lambing season sometimes, and that is generally due to a bounty of vegetation. If that was to occur, if there was a later, I'd say in August or so, then impala might drop lambs at around April. But in some of the recessive gene farming or game farming farms, it is not impossible for them to drop lambs twice a year. They do that. And of course, those recessive gene impala then being the black impala, the midnight, split and saddlebacked as well. And really elegant animals. And I said yesterday, a very old species of antelope, roughly 7.5 million years of age, of evolution at least. And their closest relative is in fact the wildebeest. So very cool. What does separate them from other antelope is, of course, those metatarsal glands at the back of those legs. So those little black spots that you will see, those metatarsal glands. They are the only antelope that do have those. You can just see that one ewe combing through her coat there, using those teeth, as I said. They are specifically designed to help comb through those coats. So Max from MC asking me a question there, that if springbok numbers, or if there wasn't as much human conflict, so hunting and the rest on springbok numbers, would they in fact be more numerous than impala? And due to distribution, one would assume that impala probably would still be up there. Of course, there would be great numbers of springbok as well. But springbok are only distributed or found here in southern Africa. They aren't true gazelles, although they do look like gazelles. And their scientific name is in fact Antidorcus marsupialis. So Dorcas are the gazelles, and there are a number of subspecies of gazelles as well, and we find them up in East Africa. So two differentiating facts really. And the impala these common impala that we're looking at now go from here all the way up the east coast, up into Kenya, and then there's a second subspecies called the black-faced impala that we do see. And there's an endemic up in Etosha in Namibia into southwestern Angola. More arid adapted impala. Because I think both species would be affected by hunting and the rest. That would the numbers of both would kind of be higher, and just because impala have a wider distribution, I still think that impala would be in greater numbers.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
So we're just having a little pan around just to see if anything else has come through to Gari. I did mention that Dewey is in the waterhole as well. There was a terrapin on his back. He seems to not be wanting to show his face at the moment. Generally the case with Dewey. He has gone down underwater, so he could very well be under there. Oh, there he is. There's his head. So hippos do submerge themselves for up to 5 minutes at a time. So I was thinking that might be a long shot going to see him. But nice to see that he has popped his face out. Again, clearly Sunday morning not being his favorite in terms of being on camera. Good morning, Starlight. Thank you very much for your question about what are my favorite things about impala. And I think for me, it is really just their beauty. I really think that they are stunning animals, very elegant, really quite remarkable. Oftentimes overlooked, because we did just touch on the fact that they are very numerous. But for me, I do find them very endearing, very peaceful as well. So elegant and beautiful animals. I think that for me is what really sticks out. Of course, just them also being so successful as well. I mean, look at how many of them are with us at the moment. So let's just get in a little closer. Perhaps one or two of them will show face. This little ewe. Oh. Being told it's time to get up. A little bit lame there, I think, from getting up so quickly. Perhaps just sitting on its leg incorrectly. Very cool. Nice to see all these impalas. Mixed herd at the moment. Of course, starting to bulk up for that rut. That'll happen in around 4 months' time. They really are in good condition at the moment, though. So it really has been an awesome way to kickstart with this lovely herd of impala. But it's time for us to go and say good morning to Rickson, also here in Djuma, and see what animals he's got to show us.
Good morning everyone, and welcome in a beautiful morning. Overcast weather, sometimes it's dew open, a little bit hot here. We are really enjoying the beautiful wild dogs here. From myself, Rexon, this morning on Escape to Nature, and I have Ego behind the camera. We are going to bring a lovely morning with the beautiful wild dogs sitting underneath the Tambotu trees. It looks like they will settle here. They will settle here for a day. Maybe it could be something that might come in and disturb them, who knows. There was also a report of the lion not far from where they are, maybe the southeast corner of Gari-Menchita cut line, direct where we are. It could be at least 400 to 500 meters apart. You know that I've chosen to come in. I believe that if lions can hear this commotion of dogs, sometimes they do this kind of excitement, calling with a high pitch, playing together. Maybe the lions might eventually come into the area and try to investigate. You never know. It will be a lovely morning to see lions coming in here. And the wild dogs, I believe, they're in a perfect area. They can escape very easily towards maybe to the west. And I know that these dogs, we are looking at them here, the two of them, they're sub-adult. How can I tell that they always like to interact, playing one another? Very rich if you look at them in colors, and more healthy. The color, of course, it's encouraged by the healthiness of the species, which it tells this pack a lot more successful when it comes to hunting. Of course, there's a reason you see this rich color, yellow, white, black, and all the colors that you can see at the moment. To me, it looked like a breakaway pack. I have no idea at the moment where they might come from. They can be from Bali pack, they can be from Ottawa, Upunga Cap, Pungwa pack, or Sand River pack. I cannot tell. Day with the dogs. Of course, while I'm sorting small issues here with my little bit of mic, but of course we cannot tell. We have not much details. And we'll take this opportunity over to Alex.
Thank you, Rexon. And yes, we are here in Okakuyo. And not too much going on, but good that we get a check-up on the Egyptian goose family. A couple of springbok, it seems, coming through. I'll confirm that now. It could even be those black-faced impala. I can't see a springbok, though, at the edge of the water. But it does look like our black-faced impala. So nice that we've had both subspecies of impala, at least this morning. Rather clear and calm day, not windy at all. A very nice kind of glassy top and sheen to the Okakuyo waterhole. Great that we've got these 3 impala rams with us. Looks like a springbok ram as well. Little grebe there too. So let's see if we can't get a little closer in on those impala, and you'll be able to see the difference between the ones we were just looking at now in Djuma. You can see that black face and line. So from the forehead all the way down, its muzzle as well towards their nose. And there is the Egyptian goose family too. We'll just have to note if the 6 goslings are still there. There are obviously a number of them, but quite tough to make out at the moment. So as Max says, everyone from MC is still alive. Of course, the 6 goslings were then named after those in MC, and we'll have to see. Perhaps one has perished, but I'm hoping that isn't the case. We'll just have to wait and see if all 6 are present at some point. But great to see these black-faced impala. Of course, the more arid adapted of the impala subspecies, and these ones endemic to the area here. Looks like the geese are saying, "Let us be impala." It's time for us to go on our morning feed or buffet run. And it does seem that everyone from MC has made it through the last 2 days. There are all 6 of them. So great. The parents seem to be doing a very good job. And of course, these little goslings will fledge around 2 to 2.5 months of age. They do grow very quickly. So quite cool. Of course, very different scenes up here in Okukuyo, though we do have a green flush at the moment, just from the rain that has started to come through. We are at the beginning of the rainy season here in Etosha. Hi, Crystal. Yes, and as I was alluding to, it is very cool to see this green flash coming through. And it looks like some guinea fowl off in the distance. Let's try and see if I can't get to confirm that. Okay, it does look like some guinea fowl just off there in the greenery. So that little green flash that's popping through the concrete as well. So good to know that there is vegetation there. We do see the wildebeest kind of picking through it as well at times. But as I said, the beginning of the wet season here. So waiting to see when, in fact, we might start to see the impala lambs in the area. But, with there being an abundance of food at the moment and quite a bit of groundwater as well. So just pan systems and that now will be active, or becoming more active with the rain. Does mean that we will have quite a bit of dispersion away from the water holes. But great to see this green kind of carpet coming through. Just having a little scan around. Little southernmost weaver and the blacksmith lapwings calling at the moment too. And the blacksmith lapwings are here in good numbers. At times at least 16 will be in a frame, and you kind of see them flocking about, as I have mentioned in the past. Yet to hear any of the sandgrass. And we've got a springbok on the other side, so let's go in there, have a little look. So another springbok ram coming through to join us. A couple of egrets in the back there as well. Can actually make out 5. See the large numbers of those blacksmith lapwings, as I said. Lots of them around. Hi Benjamin. Yes, it really is so cool to be able to distinguish between the two. And nice to know that they obviously are around. I just want to try and confirm which egret this is. I don't think it's a great white. I have a feeling it's the yellow-billed egret. Yeah, so sorry, Peter, I just need to get your comms. It was a little low. Hi, Peter. So egrets have Very cool diet, and of course there are different ones. And as I said, I think these are the yellow-billed egrets. And I'll tell you what these ones eat. Lots of invertebrates, perhaps little frogs. So they do wade and they walk through, and they do use those very sharp bills, kind of to stab as well. So kind of like a little spear, but little fish, frogs. Could be toads as well, aquatic insects, larvae, grasshoppers, and other insects, and perhaps even spiders at times. Very cool to see. So a new bird for us here in Okukuyo. And great to see. Little grebe still about. Lots of the blacksmith lapwings. You can hear the guinea fowl off in the distance too. I'm going to try and pick up on our Egyptian goose family again. I think they were just to the left there, but I just want to have a little look up here. Looks like they're on this side. There is our Egyptian goose family doing the morning rounds. And those goslings really are growing quite fast.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
So still just enjoying the Egyptian goose family at the moment as they get on their breakfast run for now. Nice just to have them around anyway. So cool just watching how little goslings do forage amongst that new grass that has started to pop up as well. Parents as well doing that. Nice to see. So moving at quite a pace right now. Looks like swimming lessons taking preference over breakfast. So cool to be able to catch up with our Egyptian geese and the goslings. But let's head back over to Rickson and see what's going on with his family.
How your family is doing, and live.
Thanks for joining us. We have these dogs lovely still lying down under the Tamboti thicket. It's in the nature of all cats and dog-like family. During the course of the heat, you find that all of them, they do lie down. They wait until the sun cools down. Later part of the evening is when they can get up and move. If you look at this dog, the mainly one that is really behind the two that are lying down, it's showing the little bit of history of a course of a morning while they were active. A little bit panting, very fast. You can see just ego behind them. There's a one, maybe could be a male, that is really showing that it was a busy morning. Look at how he's panting, very fast. That just tells you that the dogs, even if the sun cools down in the course of a day in their favor, they might be struggling to get up and move because they have wasted a lot of energy in the course of a morning hunting around. They might be have killed something small. I'm judging all these dogs, especially the two that were earlier on broadcasting. They were not full. That tells if they do happen that they have hunted something, it could be something that it never able to manage to feed the whole family of 6. Then they have to hunt again in the afternoon. It's in the nature of this species. A lot more successful. I like that white color. It helps a lot, if you can see, on the body system of the wild dog to regulate the heat. Of course, the white color, what does in the body system is to reflect.
Have you ever seen identical wild dogs?
Yes, Crystal, I've seen one before. I don't know, I don't recall the pack that I've seen. It's pure black in color and white color, not much of the yellow. Then you can see obviously that is more identical to the rest of the pack and beautiful looking. The tail is pure white. You can see even from the distance, more especially in the daylight. At night it can be a little bit tricky to see him, more especially if he moves into the thicket. The reason why you can able to see these guys here, the little bit bright color of a yellowish, that helps a lot.
Eagle, please tell Rickson to just remove the cover of the mic. It's a bit muffled.
It is lovely. You see these dogs, what they're up to, but of course, in the course of a day, it can be something that comes into the area. Look at the ears, they're always trying to get sound. It could be the enemy, it could be for prey species, anything that might come here to disturb, or anything that might come here as an opportunity. I believe that they cannot deny opportunity. It's time for impala now to organize themselves, running up and down, ready for the season of mating. Ready for the season of mating. You know that in nature of the male impala, what does is to chase one another. And by chasing, they might find that they ended to be in this point where the dogs are lying down. If opportunity creates by the impala, the dogs will take that. Even lion is the same, leopard is the same. The lions, leopards, wild dogs, they might be now time to rest. As I'm speaking, you can see this one of individual, maybe it's going to scent mark. That is more important to scent mark around, not in the area where the rest are laying down. Let's have a look on him or her. Scratching, maybe he's going to defecate or urinate. You never know. Perfect area for defecation. Long grasses, something that bothers this young female dog. It could be lots of parasite. Doesn't want to do in front of everyone. That's the reason these guys, you tend to see them going inside water, try to swim, or a little bit of wallowing. They have same behavior with the hyena. They want to kick themselves in a little bit of mud in order to suffocate the parasite that might be parasiting in the skin itself. Such amazing to see that animal. Wild animal knows that if you kick yourself, roll in the mud, it will suffocate all the parasite. There will be no oxygen that they will get. They will be free from the ticks by doing so. Ticks will die and able to relieve themselves. I love the dogs.
Comment, Andrew the video guy. Amazing that the patterns are unique to each animal. Andrew the video guy.
Lovely, Andrew. Like the comment, the pattern are very unique with the other animal. It is. This is one of the special animals that we have here in the reserve. If you look at 10 to 20 years back, population of wild dogs were really threatening around in the area. The reason behind that, wild dogs, they are right at the low at the bottom of all hierarchy and also suffer from disease and competition. Lions come over or come across the wild dogs, it's back to fight. This is the enemy. wild dogs and the lions, they are really enemy. It could be two reasons why. One is the competition of food. Two is to reduce the populations. The more populated of wild dogs, lions are going to suffer when it comes to food. So the nature balance itself takes place. Lions will kill the dogs in order to balance the population. All animals in nature, especially all the carnivores, they really have natural balance, which is to kill one another. These dogs we see here, if they do come across with the leopard, it will be the same. Unless if wild dogs are come in numbers, you tend to see they protect themselves against the dogs. But if it's one or two dogs, what happens in nature, a leopard will take an opportunity Thanks for joining me here with beautiful dogs. As you can see, they're still lying down. Let us take an opportunity while we're here and listen to the nature and look at the dogs, more especially why they are tooting the ears quite a lot. By looking at them, you can observe, you'll learn quite a lot. Listening to the sound of the bush, I was able also to feed in with the information why they're so doing. But let us take this opportunity and really enjoy the silence of the sighting of the wild dogs. I believe that you can get a lot of audio of a different sort of species of birds and other calls of other species of animal, especially antelope from far distances. A little bit of trumpeting of elephant, it will be difficult to get from the sun, but for as raising the alpha male and the alpha female, they will be always making sure the family is always safe. Is to listen careful what might be close by. It's in the nature of alpha male to take responsibility of the family in anything that the family or the pack itself might be doing. It could be napping time, it could be hunting time. His responsibility is to lead the kill, to lead the hunt up to success of a kill. And also while they're feeding, is to make sure that there's no other animals entering the zone of feeding without getting to spotted or heard by the alpha male or alpha female. Is his responsibility. Why? If you look at the sub-others, they're inexperienced to know all of that, but what they do is to copy from the alpha male and alpha female. In the nature of dog, the alpha male and alpha male, sometimes while they're lying down, you might take a patrol of an area about 100 meters wide in cycle to make sure that there's nothing or there's no intruders into the area. Only that she's a female, biggest female I ever seen in my life. These dogs are very healthy. If you look at the female, I just believe with the size that can be an alpha female. In the nature of the dogs and the hyenas, it's the same principle with the other animals. Survival of the fittest. If you want to be having a rank within the structure of the pack, you have to be healthy, physical, then you can able to be a matriarch that leads the pack. It could be experienced, but age is more important. Sometimes you find that age, it counts a lot. They can be really selecting a matriarch by the age. What does in a pack itself, if you find 3 to 4 females that are in the same age, you heard that really the alpha female coming close to one of the sub-adult, it's making a little bit of a noise there. Remember, this noise can attract the lions or leopard. So while we are here, it can happen that the dogs can invite lions to come in. As I said earlier on, 400 to 500 meters, there was a report of a lions in the area. And the dogs are so clever. The lions are more to the north, east or southeast where we are. If a lion starts to come into the point, coming from that direction, a dog can get the scent of a lion and able to flee in the right direction. That makes me happy about where they're situated. It's very thick, of course. Grass here at Djuma, Safari Life, it's so high compared to other areas. It looked like we have late rain here, or recently there was rain that rains over 20 mil. That's the reason the grass are growing so high. Compare in different locations where I'm been over 2 weeks. Not lovely. Although look like I have interference. You ask question. These are the same behavior with painting with the normal dog. If I get it right, I don't know. Ego can assist there at the back. Yes. They do similarities, but the normal dogs, they do bark. Yes, of course, like a normal dog. But the difference in between the normal dogs, really when they bark is non-stop. These guys, they cannot continuously doing that call as normal dog. It's only 1 or 2. And cats, they cannot continuously like the normal dog, the way they really bark continuously. These guys, if they do bark, is when they get threatened. And that it will be 1 or 2 that do that at the same time and they run away. The only time that you can observe that is when in the open area, when they bark and look at something that is not going to get into the area where they might be, because barking, it means run away. So I believe if they have to bark, not to get threatened, or get threatened bark, and they don't have that fear to run away, we can experience more barking that comes out. But most of the time when they bark, with my experience, they do run away. Immediate effect. So you cannot experience whether they can bark longer period. It's only 1 or 2 and they're off. but there's similarities with the normal dog. Their behavior, of course, they do behave like normal dog. Excitement and all that when they get threatened, when they get into motions, you can tell that behavior of tail switching from one side, ears folding forward, look at the prey species eye to eye, exactly the same. So you might learn from the domestic dog. There's quite a lot of similarities. Hunting patterns and all that is the same. Dogs are even more experienced when it comes to hunt because this is wild animal. Trying to see the formation of hunting, it's really put the enemy or prey species in the middle and they run around from the side and chase. And sometimes here what's more interesting is when the alpha female and the alpha male get to hunt. Most of the time the more successful are the one that do quite a lot of hunting. If it happens that there's quite few of them, they all participate, but if it's really all sub-adult, you tend to see alpha male and alpha female are the one that do most of the hunting. The rest they just follow. The reason behind that is because it's more experience. Look at that. That is an alpha male. There's no question. He's more experienced, big. If you judge the age, of course, he's soon to be alpha male. He's the biggest male within the structure that we are having at the moment. Very experienced, very knowledgeable, how to defend. You see that kind of scent marking is similar to domestic dog. Find the grass that they like and urinate, sometimes even defecation. We all know that the scent of the wild dog or each and every animal that has scent marking is territorial, but these are home range. But you tend to see, observe a lot from the territorial animals. It holds the status of individual. As a male, you have scent mark there. It tells the other dogs that he is a dominant within this structure of the pack. They only become more dominant and territorial within the structure of the pack. Wherever they move, they cannot allow other packs to join in, more especially if they're in the same rank. They have to fight. But if you find that this male is stronger than all the dogs that run around in the area, you can read that from the scent. He have an ability to move from this pack and join the other pack because he will be the high dominant of that particular pack that is joining in, and he will be accepted by the female because he's stronger and healthy. Remember the principle of the all animals. If you are more stronger and healthy, you're the one that will be selected to mate and spread out your gene pool. Females are really accepting a male that is stronger and half. Is how actually it works. If you are always weak, you cannot able to have that opportunity. Actually, it does with your status. If your status or your rank is low, you cannot even get to that level of moving from one pack to another and accepted by the female. You will be always defeated by the other individual members that are high above your rank. They will always discipline you. Beautiful. I'm glad to see the population of the dogs here in Djuma Safari Life Services. They are healthy and are growing. We tend to learn quite a lot that between hyena, wild dogs, leopard and lions, if you live in the same area and you bump to one another all the time, you tend to live in that condition and just avoid one another. The same as leopard. They will live in the area where the lion are hunting and be successful and living in that particular area, but they tend to avoid one another. exactly the same with the wild dogs. They avoid the lions, they avoid the hyena sometimes, they will avoid leopard sometimes, and they can be found in the same portion of a land. In this particular area, there's lion not so far. There was leopard tracks that were seen. There's a hyena clan that here, but here's the wild dogs are living in the area. As long if they respect one another, not to challenge and fight, because in a fight of between the two species of different gender, they can really, or different animals, they can really kill one another. Easy like that. If you look at the relationship or symbiotic relationship between hyena and the wild dogs, they can live in the same area. Gregory asking question about the packs of wild dogs. How many are they in the north of South Sands, if I'm not making mistaken? It is quite a number of packs, but they avoid one another. As far as I know, because they're home range species, they're not territorial. Copy that? Yes. They tend to avoid one another. We have sent River Pack, Mbali Pack, Pungwe Pack, and Ottawa Pack, and breakaways of these packs that I've just mentioned here. You find quite three packs that groups that are breakaways. They live in the area. They can come here. They can go far south, send up to Manyeleti, Kruger, everywhere. They roam around in the area, but they avoid one another. But they live in the same area because their home range that allows them to live in particular area. Up to 5 or 6 different packs that are living in the area. That shows the population is very healthy, and now the wild dogs population in the area is going to be populated in the next 10 to 5 years, unless if lions population goes high. But in nature, you know that there's a disease. Also from the dogs, there's a disease that brings the number of the population down. After 5 years, we experience the fluctuation of numbers of dogs, lions, leopards in the area coming up and down. So that's the reason you tend to see sometimes up to 6 or 7 different packs from different breakaways that might be in the surrounding. There's the packs that when I left here in January, there were all 2 or 3. I don't know where they come from, but they were roaming around in the area. You see how the alpha male and the alpha female be controlling the pack itself and able to lead them. They're now changing this shadow. They're going slightly towards the west. They've been here for long. They might be thinking, oh, we're now giving a lot of information that we in a particular. Let us change the area now, heading a little bit of west. That's the alpha male and the alpha female. By the look of the thing, 2 of them, they look like they are full. They're painting very fast. Early part of the morning, maybe just have witnessed the kill. You never know. Or in a game drive, someone have witnessed the kill. You cannot tell. It could be baby impala because they're very common at the moment. The hunt are always successful. In addition, if you look at the structure of the belly, it's now the time where the matriarch might be pregnant also. Around June, July, in most cases, these guys, they have babies around in the area. It will be amazing to see that.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Medicway, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
It is amazing how these dogs communicate. Let us learn from these dogs. We will follow them and position ourselves according to the new site that they've chosen to be on. I believe that it will be the area that they need to settle in this hour of a day. They might change later on according to the heat. As time goes on, I believe these dogs, they might choose better area according to the shadow that might be in the area. More or less, it seems like they will be going furthermore towards the west, maybe Twin Dams area. Let us really position ourselves here. I'm not sure whether Ego, you can able to see them better from your direction. I love the way they're moving. To me, it tells me why these dogs are more successful and how they live so long, especially the matriarch, alpha female and alpha male, is time and again to make sure not trust one area, to have to move all the time for your own safety. Because remember, the wind carries information. If you hear and the other, your enemy or your animal that compete with you, able to smell you, you move. You'll be there for an hour, you keep moving all the time. From Wild Dogs, let's take the opportunity over to Alex.
Thanks, Rexon. And we are back again here at Gari Dam. Of course, that rather large herd of impala. Moving a little bit further away from us, getting a little closer. And also spreading out to more of an open area or patch right now. Great to see them. Definitely taking the opportunity to take it easy this Sunday morning. So very cool. Nice to see that they are doing exactly that. A little bit of grazing going on, some ruminating, and one or two with red-billed oxpeckers on them. So rather peaceful and tranquil morning across here at Gari Dam. Lots of Cape turtle doves calling as well. Nice just to have these impala sticking about for us. The grass is rather high, so quite tough to see the faces when they are bending down and grazing. But really no complaints about that. Nice just to have them here anyway. A number of the Birchall starlings also calling. Cicadas slowly also starting to make their mission for the day. Very loud as the day gets warmer towards midday. Nice to see that glint off the impala coats as well right now. Some arrow-marked babblers calling. Good morning, Mike. And yes, they really would unsettle the scene. So it would be rather amazing. But I do think the wild dogs are quite a bit away from this big herd. Of course, there's also leopard in the area, and they would also unsettle the scene. So would really any of the predators that would come through right now. But of course, a big herd like this would definitely attract attention. A little bit of wind, but again, a rather pleasant scene nonetheless. Let me just zoom out. Let's just have a pan to see if anyone else is still with us. There was that young Inyala ram as well, bull. Impala really are quite spread out. It's lovely to see. A couple of them taking refuge in some of the vegetation as well, getting out of that wind. Just have a little pan and scan just to see what else is going on around Gari Dam. Of course, Dewey is also here. And his head is also out at the moment, so we'll see if he won't be camera shy at the moment. Somehow realizing that we are on him at the moment and putting his face back in the water. So a number of little terrapins as well around him. And let's just have a look to see what else is going on this side. Hi Deborah, yes, he is a cool guy. It's nice that he's come down to Gari Dam for the moment. And, a rather camera shy Dewey at the moment, but perhaps the wind also playing a part in that. But yes, Deborah, you are correct. One of the fan favorites, Dewey the hippo. So just having a little scan around Gari Dam, trying to see if anyone else has come through. Perhaps pick up on any other movement. But obviously it is rather thick at the moment, so sometimes if they are in the shade, rather tough to make out. So still just scanning around, trying to pick out what else might be in the area. Just zoom back out again. Let's see if Dewey decides to show his face. blissfully unaware that we have the camera trained on him at the moment. Well, I guess that is not the case. He decided to go off camera. A little bit of aloe grooming going on there between those impala ewes, and a couple of them just staying in that tree line as well. So Dewey the hippo not wanting to play ball with us, kind of hanging away and shielding his face off of screen. But we are here obviously with these lovely impala, taking a little bit of a break from the wind. Nice just to have them all with us as well. So, no complaints when we have lots of action going on. So a couple of the lambs just taking the opportunity also just to rest up. Just kind of chilling in that longer grass as well. So I did just mention, grass is rather long. Tough to make out the impala heads even when they're down and grazing, as well as a number of little lambs that I'm sure have also just decided to rest up too. Let's just see what's going on. Nice to see them all grazing. Of course, natural behavior at the moment. Nothing to worry them. Really just going about their lives as herbivores. A little bit of a Fleming's grimace there from that one ram. Just did notice that with lip going up, kind of testing the air. So one or two pheromones that it obviously picked up. Of course, passing that through then onto the Jacobson's organ. They're still doing that at the moment. Quite cool to see. Let's see if we can't get another look. So one or two pheromones that, of course, these rams must be picking up on. As I said, then that Fleming's grimace, using the Jacobson organs to process those pheromones. Hi Woody, that's a cool question. Sable antelope are in fact my favorite antelope. And they are predominantly grazers. They like sweet grass. But there used to actually be a migration of sable that used to occur here into the Sabi Sands in winter and back into the Kruger. And you do get sable in Kruger. I've seen them a number of times. They really are iconic. Very strong and very formidable as well. It's not something that predators take lightly. They can cause and inflict a lot of damage to predators with those very big horns, sharp horns as well. Afrikaans called die swart rapens because of those horns. But biggest horns on sable known to occur in Angola. Those Angolan sable are really massive. The horns are fantastic on those antelope at least. Really, really cool. Obviously closely related to roan. Roan are also very special, of course, both rather rare. And it is thought that actually the roan is probably the longest living of antelope, probably the second biggest in Africa as well, just behind Yeland. The sable then probably being around third, that and a mountain in Yala up in Ethiopia. Of course, bongo also very big too. But yeah, sable really are awesome. So they do like the sweet grasses, they are grazers. And once before the fences were initially put up here into the Sabi Sands, obviously they have been dropped now. A little bit of a Fleming grimace going on again. But with those fences coming up, it kind of did halt that migration that used to occur then into this area. So more into this north area where we are right now. To the south, obviously a little bit thicker in vegetation with the Sabi and the Sand River kind of converging. A little bit more open from here through to the western side of the Sabi Sands. So those sable used to then come through in winter in good numbers. So a seasonal migration that then used to occur, or seasonal movement, and then back again. But once the fences were then obviously put up, they then obviously halted that. And hoping now that obviously with fences being dropped, that slowly would start to happen. But of course behavior has changed, and a lot of other antelope numbers also being affected by man-made waterholes that were then put into the Kruger. Of course, that meant that the prevalence of elephants and that also then increased around those areas, and it put pressure onto a number of those rather rare grazers. So the roan, sable, even Sesame to some degree. But a number of those man-made waterholes have actually been decommissioned, or actually shut down, and it is thought that hopefully that will then allow an increase in some of the rarer antelope in the Kruger. And very special being able to spend this time with the impala nonetheless.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
So still just spending some time nice and close on these impalas that are here at Gari. Not too much else really going on, but great that they are here. Nice just to get an insight into their life and Sunday as well. I did allude to there being a little bit of phlegm and grimacing going on, so some pheromones that the rams had picked up on. And just nice just to sit and chill with them anyway. So just going to have a little zoom out, perhaps pick out anything else that might be here. There was a waterbuck that I noticed earlier, and I was hoping that that one might have come through. Did have some rather interesting waterbuck interaction yesterday. 3 bulls tailing after one of the cows that had come through. And really everywhere we kind of scan at the moment, it's just Impala Central. And who can complain? Nice to have all the activity with us. Just trying to see if we can't pick up where perhaps that waterbuck went. Little blue wax bills as well, picking up that little chirp of theirs. Another Impala ram coming down on the other side of the dam. Again, rather gusty with wind today here in Djuma. So perhaps leading to some weather later on. Well, in a few days' time, I don't think it's going to rain today per se. Perhaps maybe later on in the evening once dew point temperature perhaps gets reached. But probably not going to happen, just rather humid. And I'm sure the breeze will be welcomed. So Dewey again hiding away from the camera. Let's just have a little look, see what's going on with our other Impala that are here. Have a little look in this thicket here. Of course, sticking around in the grass as well. Perhaps we'll get some browsing going on. Nice to see how they are obviously mixed feeders. So being able to graze and browse. It's rather cool just watching the little lambs as well. The lambs having grown quite a bit in the last month. That's cool to see them anyway. So Impala blissfully unaware, and we are viewing them at the moment, and you can notice the difference. So I did call this out earlier when we had the black-faced Impala down at Okakuyo. You're able to see that with these Impala, and in particular on the ewes, have that kind of black forehead, but that doesn't extend down their snouts or their muzzles either. So on the black-faced Impala, that black line then goes all the way down to the base of their nostrils. That is really where the differentiating factor comes in. I've also noticed quite a number of rather large horned, interestingly horned structures with regards to the black Impala that we have seen up there. Really impressive up in Okakuyo. Not to say that these ones aren't either. Some really big bodied and big Impala rams here as well. Hi Sarah, that's a very interesting question, and I do think it does change up with seasonality. So, you know, them having to regurgitate and bring up that bolus of food. You know, when it is dry and food is perhaps a little bit more scarce, that would need a lot more processing. So they probably spend more time in drier or more scarce times with those boluses and ruminating, trying to extract as much nutrients out of that as possible. Of course, right now, with there being high amounts of very good vegetation all over the area, so whether that be browse or grazing matter, you know, because it is very high and calorific at the moment, you know, that wouldn't need as much breaking down or processing. So they would definitely spend a little bit less time ruminating as opposed to when it is drier and needing to extract more and break down that vegetation at those points. But of course, throughout the year, there are seasonal trees and fruits and flowers in that as well. And of being mixed feeders that impala are, you know, grazing and browsing, they are afforded the best of both worlds with that. And of course, then also picking up fruits such as marulas, and obviously other flowers and that would have lots of energy content as well. So impalas being very fortunate, and one of the really, I suppose, traits that really does add to their success is the fact that they are also mixed feeders and browsers. Just going to take the opportunity just to zoom out a little bit. It's nice to just watch the impalas as they are in the thicket here. A little browse on that. Of course, our other ones just here to the right of us. Let's just have a little pan and see who else might have popped up. It's very possible for other antelope herbivores to have come to join them. Doesn't look like there's much up here to the right of us, but it's good to have a little scan. This is where that brown snake eagle was yesterday. We'll have a look to see if Dewey is a little more active and perhaps not as camera shy as he was earlier. It looks like that isn't the case. Clearly submerged at the moment. Just having a look across Gari Dam, of course, into the drainage line that is up here. Sometimes very possible to miss out on any game that does kind of hide just off that kind of crest line into the drainage as well. Also just looking in any of the shady parts for anyone else too. Otherwise we're going to go and sit back with our impala, see what they get up to. Nice just to immerse ourselves into their life for a moment. So as it is getting a bit hotter, of course a little bit windier, you can notice that the impala are kind of hugging the tree line really. A number of them also in the shade already as well. So energy conservation, obviously the chief thing, and you can actually just notice those little ears there. So a couple of those impala lambs just sitting down in the long grass, little creches of them popping up all over the show with this large herd. Hi, Jackie. So, I just want to get your question phrased correctly. Did you ask about them being or mutualistic relationships with impala? So mutualistic relationships with impala. So, symbiotic relationships, yes, of course. There's also mutualistic with regards to wildebeest and that would also then hang out. So generally there would be wildebeest bulls that kind of then join in on the peripheries as well. But other mixed grazers or grazers as well, also, using that strength in numbers kind of technique. And, being able to benefit then with the extra eyes, ears, noses, so those sensory organs then, being able to benefit everyone. But yeah, generally we do find wildebeest bulls because they will be territorial and kind of hanging out with them as well. But the Inyala in the area also forming some form of mutualistic relationship too, because they would then obviously browse through the thickets. And of course, when they are around water, if there were waterbuck around as well, those antelope species then being able to benefit obviously from the extra eyes and ears, and of course things like drongos being able to hawk insects and that, oxpeckers as well, using these impalas to kind of collect the ectoparasites and that might be present on the impalas as well. Those really being, I suppose, the key, at least in this area, of kind of mutualism that would then occur between the species. But you can see the impala are hanging in the shade, slowly more and more of them moving into that. A couple of them are still grazing here. And definitely taking the opportunity to get some shade and a bit out of the wind as well. So using the vegetation also as a buffer, as I have mentioned. And let's just see if we can't watch and follow those impala lambs. It's quite cool watching those ears pop out of the bush in that little creche of theirs. You'll just see them flicking those ears. A pleasant little moment with the impala browsing here, using that thicket. A number of the little lambs also slowly getting up onto their feet. really quite amazing how they can camouflage themselves and really disappear into the thicket. You can see there's one quite clearly on the left of us, just through that Waribos on the one side there, and really in the thick of it. But a number of them just grazing. This impala ewe ruminating. So quite seen. And let's just have to look to see if there aren't any other waterfowl that have come to join us. Otherwise, quite cool to see that these guys have popped out of the thicket. So we've got a number of impala just taking it easy, ruminating, some browsing, some grazing, but a little bit more in the open on the dam wall currently. So it's been very cool to spend some time with all of these impala here, and I think it's time for us to go and check and see what is going on at Okakuya as the action starts to heat up for the day. So there was just a wildebeest here. I'm going to just zoom out. I don't necessarily hang around at the water for too long, but nice to just get another species for the day. Let's just have a look. It did move to the right hand side and you'll just be able to see it walking off. Of course, a number of springbuck with us as well, and two others that were here previously, but they didn't spend too long either. So unfortunately, I'm not going to get the best of views of the wildebeest. But beggars can't be choosers. And there's a Cape Crow just at the bottom here on the right hand side. Some guinea fowl calling. Of course, the springbuck that are hanging about too. A couple of European bee-eaters calling. Let's just have a little second just to look up to the north of us, see what's going on over here. Perhaps anything else is slowly starting to build in numbers and come join us. Egyptian goose family enjoying a little graze, forage. And really quite a few springbucks still around. So we'll keep tabs on all of them. We'll also come check in on our little Egyptian goose family in a second or so as well. But just take the opportunity to spend some time with the springbuck as our wildebeest have decided to leave us hanging. So quite a bit going on here up in Okakuyo. Different change of scene. But talking of change of scenes, let's check in again with Rexon and see what's going on with him.
It is beautiful here in Sabi Sands, Djuma Safari Life, Escape to Nature. Look at what we have under the tree, Amarula tree. It's such a beautiful animal. What is more interesting, to give you a little bit of the area where we are a little bit more to the east, where we view the docks earlier on, is about less than 200 to 300 meters. These lions are making their way slowly to the Tamboti thicket where the dogs are. It's in the nature of lions or cats in general. They know this area very well. I'm not familiar with this pride, of course, in this surrounding, but they are choosing the best spot for them to lie down in the course of a heat, in the course of a day here at Djuma Safari Life. We have this pride. It could be a breakaway from a pride somewhere, I'm not sure. I had a report from Eagle, my colleague behind the vehicle. There are 2 female, 2 sub-adult male within this pride. What's happening? Of course, they're not really sure. They're not relaxed, of course, with vehicles. Sometimes I can get to see this. The way this female look at the vehicle, sometimes the tail is switching side by side. That tells you these lions, yes, they know the car, but they're not well relaxed. They might come from the conservancy where there's no much activities of vehicle, of course, by the look of the thing. I know that if they head straight to the west, Twin Dams East, Molowati, they're going to bump to the wild dogs, so wild dogs will be able to see them because a lot more active. If you look at the the alpha female and the male, it's always getting up and always more alert about the area where they are. The dogs, they might be safe. They must see them and run away even before the line gets so close. Even furthermore towards the west, maybe later on, they might be found around Twin Dams up to River's Nest, heading back towards the quarantine direction. That's the only area where the dogs can enjoy their life because it's more open. Even though the grass level is a little bit high, they can really have a trust on that area, see the enemy coming from the distance. Mandla possible, it is the same lions, same pride that we have seen with Taylor. We follow up with the vehicle tracks and we get to the area, but they have moved furthermore to the west. We were just hoping there might be in the area, looking in particular in the area, the bigger trees, of course, where there might be lions going. And eventually myself and Iga, we just spotted one young male lion headed straight to the west away from this pride. That means he's still continuously heading towards the wild dogs. Maybe they had a commission of dogs being so excited playing with the sub-adult, knowing that they might have killed something. It's in the nature of a lion or any species out in nature that are carnivore to scavenge. Maybe they're trying to scavenge from the wild dogs, but the wild dog doesn't have nothing where they are. They're just having that ceremony. It's in the nature to do so. So with this, look like a female here lying down. You can see that he's really exhausted by the heat. You know, it's in the nature of our cats. If it's too hot like today in the morning like this, they do lie down because heat, it really burns a lot of energy in the body system. They cannot move anyway. They have to move and choose. What makes them to move now is to select the best spot. Big canopy of trees along the drainage lines. It's more preference of lions and leopard and also wild dogs to be on those areas because know that there's no cats that move in the course of a day. That's the reason sometimes we find them all them certain. They know the time where all of them get active is when they start to be active again, knowing that nobody can come across one another. They can avoid one another by the scent or vocalization that might take place. If a hyena start to call maybe to the west, the lion will avoid that area because knowing that it's more interference, but especially with this sub-adult here. they are really not going to be happy in the area where the hyena are, more especially with Juma clan, which high a little bit in high numbers to really interact with the lions. And of course, being here from wherever they might come from, they're escaping from a dominant male. Maybe it's the black dam males. Maybe it's further more to the east, which we don't know. But this, it tells you exactly what's going on with the lion's dynamics from the area where they come from. There's a change, of course. There's takeover of a new males. There's the reason you find the subaltern that are not yet reached the sexual maturity. They will run away from the main power that's coming, or the change of a dominance in that particular area. They will run away and move into the area where they can be so much accommodated by nature without interfering with the animals. Yes, of course, we know that here we have S8 male that gets to the north of Juma Dam up to the area where we are sometimes. But due to the the black dam males that been in the area, the change of the lions, it will be so huge. I don't think that S8 male will stand to challenge these two males that might be roaming in the area, looking particular to take over the dominance of all males that are patrolling the area. So the S8 male, maybe he will furthermore to the west up to Manyeliti, deeply into inside, because these two males that comes into power, it look like being two, they can do the best. I mean, you know that two work better than one. If you're one individual male, you will be easily get fought. So you might find that also these guys that in the area, they become nomadic. Wherever they are, his father defeated and they run away. You might find that one day the subaltern male that might come with the dominant male, or the father that fathered them, becoming nomadic altogether to escape the trouble that enter into the area of being territorial and hunting and living in that particular area. I'll take an example, similarities that happen when the S8 male take over from the Kuhuma pride. Most of you follow wildlife a lot, and you know better even the movement of these lions, where they are and what's going on. When the S8 male take over, the dark men have moved away with the sub-adult and become nomadic wherever he goes. It's the same appliance with these four individual, two males and two young females that are here. They're now becoming nomadic. They're running away with the main power that gets into the area, because they might get killed. It's so important that they escape for their life. If a father is not yet killed, so you might find that one day they'll move with him until maybe later on get to be told that you're not allowed to get in here, because this area now, it look like the black dam males are contesting the area. If anyone that comes into the area, know that you are going to be killed, because the two males now, they've introduced themselves. With the lions and leopard, they always have to run from one another, more especially if you're the strongest. You remember, strongest of survival. If you're not strong enough, you're going to be challenged. So we're looking forward for these four individuals that are here, where they're going to end it. It's lovely. I'm so glad to be here with Juma. You can see lions, leopard, wild dogs. This is the paradise of all species in nature. The area, of course, is very much productive. You can get a lot of things around in this particular conservancy, because it's very rich. If you look at the habitat itself, you look at all different animals that are in the area, impala, kudu, and also they're in numbers. There's a reason why they are inviting quite a lot of cats into the surrounding. It's unbelievable. And of course, for us to benefit a lot with this conservancy, Juma Wild F Safari Life, we are wedged into the northern reaches of the Sabi Sands, which this is the area of migration of all species that comes from the east and the north. If animals migrate, more special nomadic pride, if they pushed over from the Kruger up to the north, this is the only area. This is the getaway actually. They will first enter into Servicent with this corridor, the gates that get straight to the south. So there is no pride that will be in Servicent coming from the Kruger or to the north without first getting into the area. It's really important, and also I'm loving that because you always change of the season, you expect to see something new. It's not always that you can see same leopard, you can see same pride all the time. Different herd of buffalo, elephants, they come migrate from the northeast corner of the big Greater Kruger National or the big Transfrontier Park. It will be in the area and move straight to the south. There's raising Djuma is always the top of the range to see all the cats around in the area of Servicent's north. It's unbelievable. If I'll take the example of all pride that comes in the area to really witness the statement that I just said in. Look at Kuhuma pride, they come from the north, the first settler, Talamati, Torchwood, all this part, even the Mapokos and Machingelans, Birmingham males, they all come from Manyeleti males, they all come from the north and first started here. They all big history of all lines that you can read in Servicent, especially the strongest coalition that never ever been recorded in life of the lions or kingdom of the lions. They've started right where we are here. Talk about Servicent, Papocho, Machingelan, Matimbas, Birmingham. I won't mention the others because it's quite a lot. They've started in this particular conservancy and nested to the south. So it's amazing. We're still going to witness more change. As we have seen these 4 individuals, it means the big pride that might be following, especially females are not yet into estrus. They just happened that
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
It is really interesting. We look at these lions. One is a little bit more to the west. They give themselves a little bit of a gap. But what's more interesting again for me to learn from this pride, obviously because I'm with them, the young males, they separate themselves. It's a distance between the females and the young male. The young male, they all went a little bit west. The reason behind that, the young males are so much smart and so much clever. They know that if a male comes into the area, if they follow them behind with the scent, the only females that is the one that can get to the area first than the males. And the males, what's going to happen, if the males get here, it will be commissioned, then they'll run away from the danger. They're always more into the front, where they haven't give any information about themselves. So it's in the nature of a lions. They will walk, female will stay, young male will continuously go into a little bit deeper, where if a dominant male tracks them behind, you'll get the female. It happens that when they get to the female, as a female to defend themselves, it's not to fight, it's not to run away. Sometimes it's only if they're not yet reached the sexual maturity, because they're not experienced when it comes to mating and how to can persuade a male if it comes to full force like that, ready, because they're now into their prime, especially the black dam males is now their prime. So the female, what will do, they'll send themselves into oestrus, false oestrus, and persuade the male to mate, and as if everything is fine, knowing that they're not going to conceive. It's just to make sure the male relax. And once mating is a very good symbiotic sign that they're accepted from the pride. Is nothing to fear with that particular pride, and they're going to there will be collation between the females and the new males themselves. They walk together, hunt together, and defend the area together. But female, because they're so smart, if they met them now, they would take maybe an hour or two, feed the female whatever they want, mating, because the preference. Males sometimes because of the heat, and also mating takes a lot of energy in the body system. They will start to mate, and after an hour, they're exhausted. Most of the time, they do lie down and sleep. Where the female, they have chance to escape and run away from the male completely out, and they're going to join the young males wherever they went. They will track them behind, and as they're running until they get to young males and completely move out of that area of danger, is now actually females sometimes fooling the males if they're in an area and want to kill cubs or individual members of their pride, more especially in this scenario we see here with 2 female and 2 young male. They might come from the same pride. They might be really all of them related from the pride itself. So there's a reason they travel together. So they need to take care of one another. It's the only way sometimes to defend one another. It's just amazing if it comes across and witness that through your eye and through your experience. You can see that lions sometimes are so clever. We are looking forward for a little bit of change here. I was talking to Igor from the beginning of the drive with this new male that gets in and this pride that are in. It means the area here, the center part of the Sabi-Sands or northern reaches of the Sabi-Sands, center part of Djuma, the pride that comes to take over. You might find that the black dam males, they come with this pride, but because they are moving out in the area, they leave these young females and young male. Lovely. S8 Mbali male. Lovely. S8 Mbali male is another pride that we know definitely in the area. It's called Torchwood pride. The other part of the Manyeleti and Kruger, they call it Mbali males. This is the pride that grow up and really in the eastern part of the Djuma called Torchwood. We used to call them Torchwood pride, Mbali male. Mbali pride. There's a reason they're coming back into the area. So it means that they're coming back into their original territory, which is very interesting to see this lion goes away and come back in the same area. For you to give a little bit of information with the history, the Torchwood Pride or Mbali Pride is the same pride. It's a breakaway, actually, Torchwood from the Talamatis way back in history. They break away and becomes two form of a pride, Torchwood and the Kuhumas, if I'm not mistaken, or Talamatis. And Talamatis, they break away. Talamatis break away from Torchwood Pride and form Talamati Pride. And what happens as time goes on, the Kuhumas also, they break away from the Talamatis and headed away. It's in the nature, same appliance what Wild Dog do. If the individual members build up in big numbers, we find that it will break away by nature. Each and every offspring that belongs to the same age, they might withdraw and go they go their own direction. Exactly happened with the Pride of Lions. You tend to see maybe one of the old female break away with the young generation, go his own direction, and the rest of the pride remain. What happened? The Torchwood, Talamatis, Kuhumas, there are the pride that break away in this area of Djuma Conservancy to the east and to the north of the Conservancy. It's nice to hear that, nice to see the Mbali Pride or Torchwood, the breakaway from Torchwood to be in the area. It's unbelievable. I'm talking to you with the history of the lions here in Djuma Conservancy. I follow these lions since in 2001. We have seen quite a lot of change in the pride itself. It means now the Torchwood Pride is now in a big numbers. The individual and members of the Torchwood, there might be, last time when I left, there were above 16. Now it can be more than that, 20 something. So then it's common to find them to break away. It's really interesting to see they going slowly to the heart of the center part of the Djuma Conservancy. There were two beautiful males from the Mbali Pride that I know used to stay them, but very skittish. One was relaxed. You find them in the Kruger to the east boundary with us, with the service signs around Torchwood and also in Bafasuk. Two big, beautiful male. I believe they might be still operating Mala Mala up to Kruger way to the north. And thanks for identification of this male. It just gives me the history background. It, of course, gives me the history background of all prides in the area for us to share where this pride comes from. It's very healthy to find Torchwood Pride to be back here. I won't be surprised. It was one of the pride, very successful, I know. They can hunt buffalo, they can hunt anything from the east. Same as Kuhumas, very successful. The only pride that I know is sometimes tend to be lazy to follow buffalo is Talamatis. But that is due to the collision of males that within that particular structure of our pride itself, they were not really good. But the S8 male, we've seen with the 4 females more to the north bring down the buffalo, which means there with the S8 male, they will be more successful. You know that the more lions are more successful in the area, is the more the structure of the pride itself, it will be more healthy, the individuals, and they can able to hunt, bring down even giraffe. It's in the nature of Torchwood Pride or Mbali Pride to be a little bit skittish since way in history, because this pride they can go into the western part or eastern part of Sabisands, west of Kruger, where there's no road network. It's hardly they don't see vehicles unless if they cross into the east west of Kruger into the Sabisands is where they start to be exposed to vehicle. But the block more to the east of us, hardly there's no road network. They cannot see. They can take a month or two without seeing vehicle activities in that area. It's very It is a great time with these lions. Look at the ears. It tells you the lion is not sleeping. The lion is listening. It might be just because the area, they're not with the rest of the pride. If you look at the structure of these pride that are here, the sub-adult, they have to listen all the time. It can be anything can happen to them in the area. So all the time they'll try to be really more sensitive around the area where they really roam. If S8 male come across with them, what's going to happen? It will be something. For the information, most of us talking about S8 male, I was just going to give my general information with S8 male. He is a male that used to be alone in the northeast corner of the North Reaches of South Sands for years. For you to know that is very interesting how it gets to the name S8 male. There's a dam inside Manyeleti that he used to hang around in that area a lot. He belongs to the same pride that we are witnessing here. Belongs to Mbali pride, belongs to Torchwood pride. He grows up there and he challenged quite a lot after the breakaway of Mohawk and Blondie, and Dark Male lives in the north alone. He was still young, in the age of 2 to 3 years age of old, and he was hunting alone, successful, big dam on that area. Eventually, slowly by show, you have challenged the big male or dark man himself, and he was successful. Very interesting. I'll share the information about S8 male as time goes on while we are with this pride. It is nice to see them. I'm talking about the pride that I know from history, and thanks for identification. The S8 male that are called S8 male come from Torchwood pride, which today we are recognizing them as Mbali, or identifying them as Mbali pride. He challenged the dark male after the breakaway of the two beautiful male, Mohawk and Blondie, and had straight away and separate themselves with the dark man. And he able to mate with the 4 females from Talamatis, where the dark man used to dominate male, and all the time used to challenge him. We've seen him with these, with the situation and halfness of the dark man. He never want to stand a fight against the male. I mean, with the S8 male, he was always running away. We know that dark man was having a little bit of a problem with his front right leg, feet, which is really a little bit of sore and it's a little bit swollen and never heal. He was always limping, especially if you find him sleeping and get up. It seems like it was very sore. We have seen him for his entire life doing so. He get challenged and he moved into the western part of the Djuma Conservancy and cross over into other parts of our neighboring reserve, and S8 male take over and mate. And he never turned the table around. S8 male stay with the female and live with the female until he's no longer in the area. This is how it actually comes, but we know it's come from Torchwood male that used to be in the area. And how it happens like that. With S8 male, he was born from Torchwood. If I remember well, he was in the time of the Birmingham's to the east of Torchwood, all the way down that area. He used to settle in the area of completely he was vulnerable because he was the only male within the structure of the pride itself and get challenged. Some of you still remember the pink nose from Torchwood. If you go now from Bali Pride, that is the only female that you can identify exactly and give more insurance that is Torchwood Pride. He was still there. He was moving more to the east of us into Befesuk with the pride. We know that quite a lot, and one of the female that have notched on the left or right ear, it's been a long time. So those two, it gives guarantee that that was a Torchwood Pride, and very well known moving to the eastern part of us in the area that knows Kudu Corner all the way down to the east or north. I really love that pride. I missed them, but one day I think as sub-alert are moving into the area, we'll start to witness a very healthy pride coming in and more successful when it comes to hunting. As you know that the name Torchwood Pride derives from the big trees, the Belanites that are more to the eastern part of Rhino Catland on that area up to the boundary. These lions were always found in these big Belanites lying down because they provide lots of shadow to the whole pride. Then they named them Torchwood Pride. We are familiar with all, in general, animals that are in Silvesense that have name: Molowati, Tlalamba, Tandi, Kurula, all of them, even if they're no longer, they're given the name about the doing of the species or what the species present quite a lot in the eyes of all guides and our tourists that are in the area. We know that we do quite a lot of photographs in the area, and it's more important for all guides to identify all leopards and trackers. Say the name or they give pride or leopards or hyenas. We know that here wildlife we have people who love hyena the most, tailors, Tessa, and all those who are dedicated even identifying the hyena with the spot patterns that they have or notch or anything, and they're able to name them according what they present in the eyes of naturalists. It's such amazing. I really respect most of trackers, and if most of time you tend to see all these names, it suits the animal itself. For instance, Talamati, they were always in the area of Talamati, which is more towards the east in the conservancy of Greater Kruger National Park. It's really amazing. Kuhumas, they're all like, the name derived from the brown ivory. You all know brown ivory tree. One day maybe ask one of the naturalists to show you brown ivory trees. It's how actually the pride, they're always in a big brown ivory tree, giving themselves a rest because it can provide big shadow. Kanyeni, for instance, leopard was always going up and down on the marula trees. So it's how actually all the pride gets named, and I really love it, the way they name it. The one female just joined in, but here I'm so shocked because it looked like the pride are not in the same age. There's a sub-alert, this female that she's walking here, according to me, she have reached the sexual maturity. She might be one of the female that knows the area very well to the rest of the pride, but I can't conclude that because I haven't seen all of them. Yet, might be 3.5 years, she might the one that can mate within the structure, if it's so. If not, if it is an older one, it means it's the female that knows the area to the best. That's the reason she's taking this whole pride and moving into the area. It could be just because they have strengthened into their pride. They're so strong, they really believe themselves that they take over on the area. How it works, lions, if the area there's no pride anymore. Wonder, a lovely question, but what our imaginations, of course, the female, the older female that's more experienced, you tend to see quite a lot that is the one that lead through the experience. It could be, yes, because all the time they'll rely on that particular female. If she dies one of the female that's more experienced, you tend to see she take over to control the pride, where to go, not to go. I've seen from the Talamati pride, one of the old female, she was always have a little bit more influence to the rest of the pride. If they go opposite direction, she doesn't want to go there, she will call them to come back and she lead. All of them follow that particular individual. So it's not that much visible and practical most of the time, because lion hunting a network of the social is not like you see other species like an elephant. They rely on the metric society to really move all the time. With the lions, because sometimes the most successful is depend with the prey species on that particular area where they might be hunting. But yes, I will say that most of the time the older females tend to be the one that have influence to the rest of the pride, where to go and where to hunt. Sometimes it does have that, although it's not like well registered like as a hyena that they have a matriarch that always the control. But with the lions, yes, you do have, but you cannot really practically oversee when it takes place. But it do happen, because lions, it depends who is strongest. If you are very strong enough, you tend to see, even if you're a sub-adult, if you like to hunt a lot, you might lead the pride and be successful, because young males or sub-adults, they tend to really love to hunt, even chasing animal from distance. And sometimes due to that energy, you tend to see them very successful. So if it happens come across of that, you cannot know who is the in charge, because they use the energy, and the energy is more successful. But if there's nothing, you tend to see the older females lead in most cases. It's really interesting. They were heading towards the wild dogs, and now they're turning back into the shadow to the west. I really love the decision of the female, because you never know if the dogs are fast asleep. If these guys come across with the dogs, in most cases they might kill one or two, and I don't want that to happen, which I'm really glad to see the female heading way opposite from the direction of the dogs, which is a good decision. So since we've been here, it tells you that lions can sleep 18 hours of a day. Of course, they haven't moved that much. It's starting to be hot here. They stop their movement. If they do move, it could be something that really pushed them. It could be, of course, a competition or food. It's how they can get up and move. If they know that the S8 male is here, or the black dam males are in, if it's not a part of it, a part of the pride now, they will be really, maybe it's a part of pride, who knows? They will move out in an area. They will move in a daylight, and they will quickly out of the area go to the normal area where they have a dominant male operation or protecting the cubs. You might find that some of the female now, they do have cubs. It's in the nature of male to strengthen the area in most cases where there's cubs. It's a high demand. The reason behind that is to stop any males, any pride that might get into that particular area and kill the cubs. It's more important to raise your own cubs and be successful and strengthen into the part of the pride itself to be more successful when it comes to hunt and also defend the area. In an area where there's 10 to 15 females altogether, if still have to be in a same pride, even if a two male comes in the area wants to kill the cubs, the female can stand the ground to defend themselves. But if they're in low numbers, two males are a lot more powerful. 5 females, they can even kill the females. So if they're in numbers, they even protect the cubs, fight the male. You've seen female bring down a big dominant male and leave him with big gash and wounds that might really suffer for his life. Not to come back, give him a little bit of discipline. If a male goes away, he knows that he cannot simply challenge that particular pride, because they're in big numbers. More especially if the males involved is deaf. Mike, you've asked a lovely question. It just sparked my mind about the biggest coalition that I've seen. I'll give a little bit of a story about them. It's two coalition called Mapocho and Matimba. They were in this particular, they were all 12 males that compete. 6 from the other side, 6 from the other side. The 12 males, they were operating in the same area and challenge one another. It's the biggest coalition that I haven't seen before. But one coalition, they have very different behavior than the other coalition. The Mapocho males are the coalition that they get into the area. They really come here challenging anything that might be in the particular area. I haven't seen in this particular area pride of lions hunting hippo, rhino, but these guys, I've seen them doing so. And they were so much powerful. And the pride that really goes and kill everything, lions, leopard, hyena, everything that come across with it. The clans of hyena, remember those time, people who follow wildlife, those stage. The clans of Djuma, they were all moved straight to the west in the area called our neighboring Kosimbili, on that area. They're never active around in the area because the coalition of pride was so huge. If they get to the den, they kill everything. Come across a pride of lions, they were killing everything, whether it's cubs, females, male, everything they just kill. And they came all the way down, they started right here and ended down to the south of Savisens. And everyone here was really commenting about this pride, and they're so big and killing everything around the area. When eventually all of us were believing that there would be no lions in the area due to this 6 coalition of male that kills everything. There was coalition before of 5 males that come from exactly the same in the area, 1998, 99, where there was Manyeleti males, 2 tons and all that. They settled down south, but they started right here. Actually, all of them, there were 6, but one of the 6 males in 1998, they were killed. I don't know where, with the other males or sick or whatever. They ended south. These 3 coalition of males, they were all 6 in numbers. Mapocho, they were west, pride of the males that were killing. We know that people who knows very well, I'm not sure, but they ended rating from 60 to 70% of lion population of Savisens were destroyed by this particular pride until the other 6 male comes in called Machingalan. Machingalan, actually, they were all 6 young males that reached in the age of 3 to 3.5, and they started to challenge these evil or this big strong male that used to kill all the male, and they start to fight themselves. They were named Machingalan just because these 2 pride, Mapocho, Machingalan, they have a similar name. Machingalan, it means security, because they used to walk along the cut lines. They never spend the internal street or external road that we used to drive. They used to walk from Kruger boundary all the way down to Manyeleti and take all this cut line, patrol the cut line. All the time when we get to see them, they were on those cut line. Machingalan means marching on the line. It's the Shangaan word, similar. Machingalan, marching on the line, is how the name derived. Mapocho is the biggest society in South Africa that decided to form security company to stop crime. If you're found guilty, the community itself will come and beat you until you die from that society of Mapochos. So those lions, because once they come across with any lions, they will destroy the whole pride. They were given the name because there was similarities that happens from the outside community, killing of the people, and these lions come with the same attitude, killing individual lions in the area, most especially any lions that really hold territory. You cannot challenge 6 male lions being 2. So all of them, they were killing all the lions, then they given that name Machingalan. I'm giving you the background how it comes. So these 2 pride comes in and fight and limit the power from both sides. 2 males from Machingalan, 2 males from Mapocho were killed by Machingalan, and they were all left for. A week later, the Machinga lion get killed also. 2 males get killed from Mapojos, so they were all 4-4. But still, like that, they were still carrying this kind of attitude until it settled in, because these 2 males were fighting all the time, and the female didn't know where to go. And they settled with the Machinga lion, settled with the pride, some of the pride here.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Lovely. We still have this beautiful pride lying down, which give us a lot more question that comes from Mandla. I believe it sparks a lot of really history of lions that comes here. I remember quite a lot what happens in the area with this new pride of Kuhumas, the sub-adult. We might really see something again that could be similarities. You know what happened in most cases? They might stay in, they might kick, they might move out, they might go somewhere else. You know that in most cases 80% of the lions, if they grew up on that area, being collection of a male, they might not end it in that particular spot. They have to move somewhere and trouble other lions. But if you find that they kicked out in a late stage where they are around maybe 3 to 4 years age of old, if new male comes being 2, they can stand the ground, of course, and defend themselves. And they're unbeatable. Being 5 together, if 2 male comes, like the black dam male comes into the area, challenge the 5 individuals being 2, it's a waste of time, because they outrun you. Being 5, they will come and defend themselves. They can eventually mate with the sisters and whatever might be in or related in a structure, because they are so much powerful to be challenged. But we just cross finger to move out and try to come back maybe later stage. I've seen lions grow up on that area and stay. I've seen lions in most cases, even in big numbers, grow up and move out of that area completely and come back after maybe 5 years, 4 years, having other collection of male and challenge, you find that if they find related individual females that are related to the males that were born there, they'll kill their mother first and mate with the new blood that not even related to them. That can happen, but it's very sad to see happen on that way. That is my experience of the lions that I have collected over many years being in the area, and see how the lions operate. Such amazing. But alive, when the lions itself, like what happened with the Birmingham males, we're all familiar. We've been with wildlife, and we have lots of memories with the Birmingham. Birmingham, I've learned from the lions ever in the history of the lions that I've collected. Birmingham, they father all these females that are now from Kuhumas and other part of, I believe, Telamatis. When the offspring reach their sexual maturity, being 3 of them, they move out in the area. There were 4. They move out of the area and head straight to the south and settle away from the offspring, and let the opportunity take place with the avocas mate with the offspring that generated from the time of the Birmingham males. And I haven't seen that ever in life. If they didn't want to stay and challenge the avocas, there were 4, avocas were 3, and there were big male lions where the avoca cannot even to stand the ground to fight against the Birmingham males. But that kind of behavior or attitude is very rare to see, but it's where you can see. Yes, Giraffe Go Kuhumas came with from Manyeleti all the way down to here with the Mapojos. Correct. It is true. Unbelievable. I'm loving that I still have people on board with me that really knows the history of the area. It was really interesting moment, interesting time of Kuhumas. Unbelievable. We wish, to have coalition of male in big numbers that can stay without killing lions, and really conquered the area and make sure that the offspring of all females that are here be successful. If you look at the moment, there's a lot of coming and go. One individual male can really father the cubs, and you know that is very sad, knowing the history of the area that it might be coalition that comes in numbers. I'll take example of S8 male. If 3 males comes in now with the Telamatis having cubs that father by one individual male, it's in nature that cubs are not going to survive, they're going to die. But if collection of big males stay in the area, breed with the female, if one male individual will be sorted out, you won't come back again. But one individual breeding, 3 males comes, 2 male comes, like the new collection that comes in here, the black dam males, they will kill the cubs. There's no way, no one can stand. If you look at Kuhumas, it's only, if I'm not mistaken, it's only an individual male that is still there. Mohawk, Blondie is no longer. It's quite a lot more information. It's the wind breaking here. I just missed the info, which it looked like the dominant male that comes with Torchwood Pride. It could be one of the pride that I was mentioning earlier on. Oh, lovely. Hamilton mouth. Ah, lovely. Mwasintsonso is one of the river that runs through the outside communities and go inside the reserve, which is amazing. We have viewers that knows the area very well. Mwasintsonso it's a river, dry river. It flows when it rains. Hamilton males is the one that with the torchwood at the moment recently, which it's really big males looking. I've seen it once, if I'm not mistaken, long between the boundaries, which is great to see that. We are really not far from Hamilton. The reason why these pride are here, they're moving in the same area. Hamilton is one of the lodges inside Kruger. Unbelievable. I'm really loving the info that comes in. I'm loving my sighting here with these lions. It's really in my favor. They're not moving anywhere. At least we have something. And also for the afternoon, the guys that are going out here, it's very easy to direct them into this particular sport because we have the way of communicating. We'll take this opportunity from Lion over to Alex, who is having something that lions might like.
Thanks, Rexon. And yes, we are here in Djuma, but it's time for us to head over to Okakuyo and see what's going up in Etosha. So yes, back here in Etosha, and yes, there is a number of things that lions in this area at least would love to take. We of course don't get springbuck in the Sabi Sands, but here in Etosha, they are the most prevalent of all the antelope. But we do find zebra being the second most popular species of herbivore here in Etosha itself. But there actually were a few that did come down, and they would be the remaining of the zebra population that does kind of hang back here in the west when the rainy season does come through. Majority of the population, so it's thought that there are actually two kind of populations of zebra here. The majority of them migrate east when the rainy season does come. So those large numbers that we were counting a couple of weeks ago, majority of them have headed east, although there are pockets of zebra that do hang back in the west. It's thought that the majority of those zebra do migrate due to the presence of anthrax, the pan systems and that as well. So always just cool just to check in with these guys. Nice to see them. They have been around in very good numbers for us the last few days. There'll be Cape Crows as well, and I'm sure they will bring about their chorus at some stage as well. It does get rather loud when they do really get into song. It is generally more towards midday, so slowly starting to get more vocal, but nice to have all these springbuck with us. It is a quiet little moment with them. So very cool to see. Of course, very calm here today in Okakuyo. The water surface still very glassy and undisturbed. So the crows really starting to get into song. I'm hoping it does kind of kick up, because they really do take over the entire audio once they do get into full swing. Of course, a number of blacksmith lapwings. Looks like those yellow-billed egrets have also moved off for the moment. I haven't seen our Egyptian geese family just yet. The mourning dove calling as well. That little roar, that is the mourning dove. Very cool to hear. One of my favorite sounds, at least in the bush. Always nice to hear them. That's great, just getting that little silhouette as well. With that calm water surface. A little bit of wind or breeze slowly starting to pick up. You can just see the surface of the water. A little choppy. Nothing like we've had though in the past few days either. Hi Tammy, yes they would, and the Makwa doves really are rather pretty as well. Got a lovely little iridescent spot on them, purple violet kind of spot on them too, and we would find them around. They do prefer more dry arid areas as well, get them across the Mashatu too. We would actually maybe pick up one or two of them up in Djuma every now and then as well, but a bit more uncommon there. Hoopoe calling as well. Another one of those very cool birds, awesome hairstyle.
Ma era passato dal cespuglio grosso a questo qua penultimo. Forse là, sì, lo vedo, sta mangiando sull'albero.
So nice to get our hoopoe as well. As I said, another one of those very cool sounds. Also some emerald spotted wood doves as well calling. We were just talking about the Namakwa doves. The males looking rather different to the females. They're very pretty doves. Males also though having that kind of black face and almost throat area down towards the breast. The females being more plain colored. Of course they do have that little purple or violet little iridescent spot on their wings, much like that emerald spotted wood dove as well that we hear calling. Got that emerald spot obviously in theirs. And you also get the blue spotted wood dove, which has a blue iridescent spot on its wing. And all of them with that kind of rufous color in the wing and their flight when you do see them. Just awesome birds anyway. Amazing just the variety that is out there. Our Egyptian geese calling again. I'm going to zoom back out. Let's see and check in with the family. See what's happening with the goslings. We did realize that all 6 of the MC members are still present. So the parents are doing a good job. It looks like they're here on the left hand side of us. I think the opportunity just to have a little forage. So Max just sending through some comment that they have a never say die attitude across an MC, which is good to know. There's many times and that is a very, very pertinent and very good attribute to have anyway. So good to know that these parents are looking after MC. And yes, there's also a terrapin here on the right hand side, and it is thought or known that at times that these terrapins can be rather predatory. And they have been known to take the odd sandgrouse or even dove as well. And these Egyptian geese parents will definitely be keeping an eye on them and shooing them off if they get too close to those goslings. That is for sure. But nice to see them. Really just quite cool. A couple of those goslings is taking it easy. Really just enjoying the sound of that hoopoo at the moment. And the emerald spotted wood dove that is around. Southern masked weaver as well calling. And just enjoying a quiet moment here with our Egyptian geese family, terrapin and bird residents that are being quite vocal for us. So nice just to get them all. Swimming party starting to commence. So just watching as the little geese commence another one of their swimming lessons, taking in our hoopoo, the terrapin, and emerald spotted wood doves as well that are around. We'll zoom back out in a second or so, keep a track on what's going on with the springbuck. But nice just to have this family action going on. Hi, Zach. That's a very good and interesting question. Of course, it is very pertinent as well, and extremely important to maintain migration routes for animals, in particular the birds at the moment. And there's a lot of citizen science that does go into that. So mapping and keeping track of birds such as the European rollers, bee eaters, Moor falcons, steppe buzzards, and a number of them that come from very far areas down here. So some as far as China, the Moor falcons, and even Mongolia with the steppe buzzards or common buzzards coming down to southern Africa. And of course, the different populations or races of the European rollers and bee eaters, some from Ukraine, some obviously from Europe as well. But maintaining those roots and that citizen science that does contribute to all of that data capturing and research is very fundamental. And for us to be able to track and note what the numbers are, how many are moving, what the population size is, and what the population is actually doing. Of course, a number of these animals also then aid and help with many other forms of life and part of the natural systems of areas. So it's crucial that we do maintain these. And also with regards to the migration of other, say, antelope or grazers, herbivores as well. So of course maintaining those systems up in East Africa as well as in Zambia. Of course, the zebra migration that does occur in Botswana, as well as the semi-seasonal, much smaller migration that does occur here in Etosha, or throughout Etosha with the zebra, as I mentioned earlier. These are obviously all very important things for the systems and those natural systems that they do occur in. So it is vital that we conserve and make sure that we have as much knowledge and capture as much data and knowledge as possible around migratory routes, migratory animals, and what might be going on. Still just sitting here with our Egyptian geese. Nice to see them. I'm going to zoom out again. Let's just have a look to see where the springbok are at. A number of them underneath this camelthorn tree. Just want to have a look to see if any of them are down at the water's edge or perhaps closer to the camera post at the moment. And we can get a nice close look of the springbok. Very beautiful as well. Of course, in nature, nothing in nature is imperfect. Everything is perfectly designed and perfect balance. It's just always cool to note that anyway, because everything is as it should be. So let's just have a look and see what's going on with these springbok that are kind of venturing towards the shade. Perhaps one or two of them will come through to the water. Still got Egyptian geese in the foreground as well. And they might chase off those springbok too if they get a bit too close. They weren't too happy with springbok the other day when they were around. But nice just to have a look at quite a cool little scene that is here at the moment. Try to get a little bit closer in on the springbok. Also just be able to make out those little Egyptian geese goslings, one or two of the geese as well. Nice audio from the European bee eaters. Hi, Crystal. That's a very interesting question. Crystal wanting to know what fledging looks like for water birds as opposed to terrestrial birds. And it really will also depend on the type of bird as well. So, of course, I did mention that these Egyptian geese, those goslings, will fledge in around 2 months to 2.5 months is generally when they fledge. Let's maybe just get a little closer look at them. Of course, what will happen is they'll lose that downy coat and then obviously develop that plumage, that full adult plumage. It takes around 2 years for them to mature though anyway, but they'll then start to get that kind of tawny feathered coat. So those proper flight feathers and develop those flight feathers as well. So what happens with all birds is they kind of then lose, when they start to fledge, they lose that downy coat, very soft downy coat, and then begin to develop those first flight feathers. And they then can, in fact, learn the tricks of the trade of flying. Of course, I did say, it does depend on the bird species. Of course, these guys being rather precocial, so they kind of open their eyes and then can start foraging and feeding, and they bulk up rather quickly. Some of the other birds and birds of prey, for example, do need to be fed for a little bit longer. But, birds such as the lapwings as well, also a very quick cycle into fledging. They are little blobs for 1 minute and then basically have feathers and they can start to get on with their lives from there very quickly. They're also very precocial, meaning that they basically can start to feed from the minute their eyes are open. Of course, birds of prey then need to learn how to hunt and the rest. But they also then lose that kind of downy feather and then start to develop that first fledged flight feather and the rest. Of course, some of them have to molt. So in the cases of things like battaliers, they'll molt from at least 5 to 7 times before they have their full adult plumage on them. Even things like fish eagles also molt at least 4 or 5 times before they have their adult plumages on them.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
Just taking the opportunity to take it easy, listening to a lot of the bird audio that is here. Watching the little grebes that are also now in frame, of course, the Egyptian goose family, and watching what's going on with the springbok that are grazing about quite close to the camel thorn tree. I am told that apparently this has now been called the Big Tree. So the Big Tree from here on out it shall be. It does seem to have some form of mythical property then to it. And of course, very majestic anyway in its own right. Geese chasing away any springbok. And they really are rather territorial and very protective of their young, the geese. It's not the first time we've seen them chase off the springbok either, although they don't pose any threat to the goslings. The geese making sure that no one gets in within that fight or flight zone of theirs. I will, that's a very good question. And of course, there are a number of birds that will be very protective over their young. It really depends on, who is kind of threatening them at the time. But of course, other waterfowl will definitely also do that. So things like knob-billed geese, even the spur-wing geese as well, if they were around, definitely not going to sit back and take anything like that lightly. Birchall's kukels, I've seen starlings and miners also go quite wild as well. To some degree, and I suppose, but there's a level of mutualism with that. So the pygmy falcons that then nest within the sociable weaver nests within the Kalahari, and they'll even bomb and dive onto snakes and that as well. So maybe not necessarily protecting their eggs, although that could be the case, but definitely providing a level of protection for the sociable weavers as well, who also do some form of that. You've really got to remember that it is obviously an ingrained behavior, and mothering is obviously then ingrained, and of course mothers are very protective of their young. So it's not uncommon for mothers or even other parents that are obviously involved in the upbringing of their young to then be rather protective of them. So let's just have a little gander and see what is going on. Excuse the pun there with gander, but let's just have a look and see what is going on around the waterhole. Perhaps there's one or two drinking springbok, and we can get a closer look at them. As I said, those egrets look like they've pushed on for now. I actually have a number of them quite close to us, so we'll spend some time with them. Nice to see one or two of them wading in the water. And as I said earlier, very relaxing and tranquil today because there really is no wind. So a very, very relaxed surface on the water right now. Hi Penelope, and that's a very cool question. And effectively, gazelles are types of antelope. So obviously, the antelope family being very big, all do kind of come from one kind of or evolve of one ancestor, and they have then the different subfamilies then within it. So the gazelle is a subfamily of the antelope. Even-toed ungulates, really, having 2 toes. Try to keep as best as possible on this wildebeest bull. Just trying to keep track of this wildebeest bull. He is moving around. But, nice to have one so close here anyway. I think it is going to keep closer to us. Nice to see how the greenery is in amongst the concrete as well, giving anyone an idea as to what is happening. It's across from the waterhole as well, and how the shoots and vegetation to grow in amongst the concrete. So really quite cool having this one so close to us at the moment. You can even see those brindle stripes on it, this being a brindle gnu. Of course, those that migrate up north of us, East Africa being eastern white-bearded, obviously also then the western white-bearded as well, migrate too. A bit of a shuffle there. So our wildebeest has given us a bit of a skip over here. I'm going to have to zoom out. Just locate where he is. Right in front of us. Of course, just grazing. And with that, moving quite a little bit as well. As I said, lovely to have this wildebeest right here. Someone different for the day. We did obviously see 3 of them walking off in the distance earlier. But nice that this one has decided to stick around for us. Of course, a little springbok just off in front of it. And a little sip of water.
What is this in Mashwa? Mono. Yeah, deep sense of smell. Eat the apple. You know,
I think that's a bit of a slip here. Not really wanting to decide on a patch of grass. I think just taking advantage of everything really that is going on. Hi Jules, that's a very good question, and of course terrain and soil substrate, so the underlying soil substrate of an area will definitely contribute towards those things. Soil substrates then dictate to what vegetation is in fact able to grow there, and of course climate then also plays a very big role in that. Of course nitrogen cycles and the rest then also do, so how much water might fall, nitrogen then present in the system, of course the underlying soil substrate or structure, probably one of the leading indicators, or more so the leading indicator, because that would dictate, as I mentioned, what vegetation is able to actually grow in an area. But yes, very much so in terms of what is going on here. This being an ancient lake, that is why we have all of this concrete around us. That is the old deposit, Ceylon deposit, left behind from that old lake as well. So that also does kind of give us an indication as to what might be found or present here. But a number of contributing factors really as to what would then dictate the ecological carrying capacity of an area, or the ECC of an area. Great that we've got those European bee-eaters again. Wildebeest slowly starting to move off to the left. Try and just keep him as in frame as best as possible, but might just take some time for him to decide really on a true way forward. We'll just have to watch and see. But great that he is here. Nice to just sit back and relax with the wildebeest ball. Looks like this little patch of greenery definitely where the action is. Nice to have heard those mourning doves as well. Of course, nice that this wildebeest bull is sticking to script. But definitely where the action is, where it's heated up for the day. Our wildebeest moving on out. We'll just keep another track of them. I think the Egyptian geese are giving some of the springbok a bit of a gear. Let's see where this wildebeest actually got off to. He's definitely... So this bull definitely having the time of his life on the Sunday. Getting a little bit overcast, it seems. And slowly picking up here on the water's edge. A little bit of wake coming through. Let's just see who else is around. Mostly just springbok, but littered all over the show. As you can see, lots of them around. I think probably slowly starting to think of hitting shadier patches. But with it being a bit overcast, that could change up. So just having a little scope to see what else is joining us. Obviously our waterbuck, well, not our waterbuck, our wildebeest bull is still around, just beneath us at the moment. A number of springbok also edging ever closer. So, cool little scene. Let's just try and make sure we've got everyone in some form of the frame. Of course, they are going to move around quite extensively, basically looking straight in the camera. Quite cool, actually. Enjoying having the springbok and this wildebeest bull. Looks like he's got a bit of a sore on his rump. I'll have a look to see what that is. Perhaps that's from fighting. Does look to be a bit of a growth, though.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
So it's great that just sticking here has brought the springbok and the wildebeest into frame. So nice that we have both of them here. Of course, both enjoying. Both them just enjoying a little graze. Of course, nice to just see what is going on. Very relaxed. On a Sunday for them. Looks like Sunday styling, to be completely honest. This waterbuck giving us the slip again. And the springbok also just milling about. So I'm going to zoom back out. And I must have been able to spend some time with these guys, but let us have a look and see what else is going on. Of course, we can always spend some more time with them just now. And quite cool to watch as the cloud cover kind of does come through. The wind starting to pick up, as you can see on the surface of the water now, making it a bit choppy, and of course then losing that kind of glassy texture that it did have a few moments ago. So quite cool just to see the clouds build up here. An awesome scene with all the springbok kind of milling about. Hopefully that wildebeest will also come through as well, and we'll then have two mammalian species with us along with the bird sounds. And really a lovely scene being played out right now. So nice to sit back and watch life kind of unfold here at Okakuyo. Clouds building, nice blue hue in between them. acacia pied barbet calling now, and our springbok that are kind of ever present at the moment, dotted all over the landscape. It's lovely to see them grazing in amongst the concrete. So, as I was saying, a lovely scene here in Okakuyo. Lovely blue throughout, the kind of peppered skyline with those cumulus clouds. Nice green coming through the concrete. Of course, springbok dotted throughout. And wildebeest popping his head up as well at the moment. So very cool. Nice to just sit back and watch as life unfolds here. A pleasant way to spend a Sunday. Quite cool watching as the wildebeest and the springbok feed right close to us. Generally just the springbok and elephant that come this close. So nice to have had them both here. Nice to add another animal close to the camera at least, if there was a list for that. Seeing that a number of the springbok and that are quite close to us, kind of deciding to move out of frame at the moment. One lone springbok at the water. It seems that the Egyptian geese have also kind of gone into hiding at the moment. But nice to just sit back here. Still got a number of our springbok pretty close to us. Wildebeest bull just off to the right hand side. And just kind of also keeping an eye out for any of the, or those two little grebes that pop in and out as well. Hi Greg, interesting question on what classifies an animal to be an antelope. And now there'll be a number of things that do obviously come into that. Of course, antelope are also ruminants, so they would have 4-chambered stomachs. Generally have horns as well. They are herbivores, and they are even-toed ungulates as well. So part of the ungulates, they're obviously even-toed, so that would be that they have 2 toes in those hooves. So of course they also do browse as well. So we have a number of antelope that then do browse. And what's interesting as well is that antelope actually account for around 2/3 of around 135 species of the hollow-horned ruminants. So, of course, antelope are also part of the family Bovidae. So it's also because of those hollow horns as well, then that kind of distinct, will give that distinction between them. And a lot of them obviously closely related to cows and goats as well. Of course, they also have long legs, a slender neck, large ears. I did mention that they also have those hollow horns, bone core, and then obviously the rest. So in general, most of the males generally have horns. Females don't necessarily always have on the species. And just for example, in South Africa at least, there are roughly 72 different species. Or jokes, actually in sub-Saharan African savanna, there are roughly 72 different species of antelope that we find here. A couple of the guinea fowl also just calling off in the distance. It does sound like they're perhaps alarming at something. Maybe there's a jackal running around quite close to them. Maybe even a bird of prey. It does sound like they are going off. There's something having disturbed the guinea fowl. It does look like the clouds are slowly building. Whether that means precipitation here or somewhere else in Natasha, that remains to be seen. My bet is that probably means that there will be rain somewhere off to the east of us. It's a definite system trying to build there. Well, it's been a fantastic morning here in Okakuyo. And of course, now it is midday, and now it is time for us to head over to Rolf and see what's going on in Amakhala.
Kala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape Province, the beautiful Sunshine Coast. That's where we're near to, and we're also near to the 3 Amigo cheetahs who made a Duiker kill this morning. So my name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got Morgan with me. Good morning, and good morning to all of you. So, very exciting. Our 3 boys are becoming killing machines. It's fantastic. This morning they were seen actually partaking in the kill. They chased a grey duiker or common duiker, and they got it, they killed it, and they flattened it. We just went past the kill site now before we've re-found them down here in this thicket, and there's just 2 legs left, the stomach contents, and a few flies. That is all that remains from that poor little grey duiker. But the sacrifice of the duiker means that these 3 get some more energy, some more calories. Before that they ate a young eland baby, and before that it was only piglets, and we were getting very concerned about their well-being. I don't think that that was founded, because they are absolutely fine. They're doing very well. They're nicely fed, powered up, and that's why we can see them now once again having a nap after a big meal. So I'm very excited. We're going to continue on following these 3, and I think we're just going to have amazing sightings going forward. I even think that we might even see the lions following up behind these 3, because they're starting to become very good at hunting, and they might even be better than the lions in the end. Who knows? But for now, it's just exciting for us to be able to follow them and live the life with them as they gain in experience and get better hunters. As they grow into full adulthood, they're still in the regions of 18 to 20 months old. So they're still very young, but they're starting to act like experienced hunters already. So it's only going to be exciting times ahead, and I hope that I am able to bring a lot of that, and that you join us as we partake in the journey and following these 3 beautiful young male cheetahs. Coalition, and so there's 3 of them, and that just makes for even more exciting adventures that will be happening in the future. So Mindy, yes, absolutely. You know, we were worried that they were struggling. They were getting very skinny in the last sort of week or so, just before we then came across them on that kill of the baby eland, which they flattened, and was a very big kill already. We were surprised by that. And then this morning, which is 2 days later, a duiker kill. So you can see by the panting there, a little bit more than usual, because they're at rest, but it's also quite cool. We've had quite a bit of rain around this morning, and there is still some splatterings of that currently, so there isn't any reason for them to be panting other than digesting the meal that they've just had. Lots of meat that they've guzzled down. It's amazing how quickly cheetah can actually finish a carcass. They can bite off massive chunks of food and swallow it down without even chewing, and that's obviously one of their traits that they have in an attempt to avoid other predators that may have heard the kill happen and start to make their way into the vicinity and try to steal it from them. As long as they can get as much down as possible before that happens, then at least they've scored from that kill that they've made. In this instance, they've been able to finish the entire duiker, and as I say, I had to look around and scratch and look in the grass, etc., and eventually saw the exact kill site, and there's little to no evidence even left. As I say, 2 little legs and the stomach contents. That's all that's left. And they made it this morning, so it's only a couple of hours later that we now are with them. And we're next to a beautiful valley, so we might hear quite a few birds calling as we're sitting here. A lot of the tropical birds. Southern boo-boo for me is always a beautiful call and very common around these parts. You can see there, as we came past, I missed them. Morgan picked them up. Eagle eyes in the back. But looking at that, it's not very easy to see them.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Now. So that's the beauty of cheetah. They can get up and move even after a kill. And as we do know, cheetah don't need to drink water every day. They can go 3-4 days, even up to 10 days without water. Sometimes once they've had a kill, they do like to go for a bit of a drink to wash it down, but we know that the day before yesterday, after they killed and ate that eland, they went for a big drink down at the Flossie Lodge, the Hippo Hide waterhole. They had a big drink then. So my feeling is, they could prove me wrong, but my feeling is that they're not going to drink for a couple of days at least. And cheetah can get a lot of the moisture that they require from the food that they eat, but sometimes once they've eaten meat, they do like to wash it down with a drink. So we'll just have to wait and see. And you may hear there in the background a red-fronted tinkerbird. Bunk, 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 bunk. Not the ka, that's a greenback Cameroptera. So Nadia, territories always sort of depend on the geographical location and the kind of biome that they find themselves in. So in arid regions, like the Kalahari and the Namib, their territories would be a lot larger than they would naturally in down here in the Eastern Cape, because there's a lot more food availability here, a lot more concentration of animals, so their territories would be much smaller. But in general, they would be slightly larger than lions and leopards. Well, it could be similar to the size of lions, but definitely bigger than leopards. But as I say, all dependent on where you actually find them and the concentration of game. So here they've got pretty much the entire reserve to move around, so they'll probably mark on trees in and around the entire reserve. And it would only have been affected if there were other male cheetah here, then they would potentially have a much smaller territory that they would then mark and defend. But obviously with them only being the only cheetah on the main reserve, they can pretty much move the entire area. But they'll still choose a particular area where they'll mark and defend. Even though there's nobody else there, they'll still actively mark. And it's mainly done with spraying on tree stumps. That's generally what they mark on. They can also use termite mounds and any kind of pole, sometimes even man-made structures. So a telephone pole, electric pole, anything like that. As long as it's something quite substantive and near to a path, etc. Those are the kind of things that they like to use. There he is. Making a very cute little face, but they don't look very cute when they're busy killing a duiker. But they do afterwards, when they're having a snooze. And often you do see when predators have fed and they've gorged themselves and they're quite full, even though this is a small prey item, generally speaking, they almost feel they look quite uncomfortable. Their stomach is obviously swollen. They need to sort of pant. It's sort of, for me, it's likened to having too much to eat at Christmas lunch. And then you need to go for a snooze afterwards, and you can feel quite uncomfortable as well, because you've eaten the roast, and you had a starter, and then you're having some Christmas pudding, and you almost eat too much, and then definitely going for that snooze afterwards. So that's what I like to think of predators when they've gorged themselves as such. Blouse 11, thanks for your question. The animals don't really prevent bloating. Their stomachs can get bigger when they eat. So when they eat a lot, their stomachs get quite big, and they pretty much eat as much as they can. And then you can see them, sometimes their stomachs seem like they want to hang on the ground and they can hardly walk. And it's quite funny to see them when they're like that. Sometimes you see lions and hyenas. It looks like sometimes they're going to explode, especially hyenas. It looks like they've swallowed a warthog when they've gorged themselves on food. But no, they don't really need to worry too much about bloating. What they will do is they'll go to the toilet soon after having eaten a lot of meat. So it does pass through quite quickly. But when they do go to the toilet, it is very smelly, especially just after having eaten a big meal and eaten lots of meat. So you don't want to be around when they do that, especially downwind. It almost burns your nose. So it just did have its head up, and you could see that lovely tear mark on the face coming down from the eye all the way to the mouth. And you know that folklore story about the lazy hunter that stole the mommy cheetah's cubs that he was going to use to hunt for him. And when mommy cheetah came back and saw that all her cubs were gone, she cried and cried and cried. And that's why we have those tear marks. Eventually, the hunter was told to return the cubs, and he did, but she had cried so much because she thought she had lost them that that's why she has those tear marks. And this is obviously a male, but that's the sort of folklore story around cheetah and their tear marks on the face. And that tail, if you do get to have a good look at it when it's stopped swishing around like a snake, it's quite flat. So that does give it a bigger surface area for when it is chasing animals at full speed, and it uses it as a counterbalance. So if it turns right, it throws it left. If it turns left, it throws it right, so that it keeps it nice and straight and it doesn't fall over. There's one of the other ones. Is that the tail? Yeah, there it is. Just near to the head. And this one. And they're lying head to tail. They're almost all in a line. So I hope you're all excited to join me in this journey as we go every day following on with these cheetah. I'm going to make a real effort to try and find them every day, and especially early in the morning, because it seems that's when they are making their or doing their hunts. So we want to try and catch up with them as early as possible in the morning, and then I think we're going to see a lot more action from them than we are seeing now. Joanna, it is indeed, isn't it? It's a real privilege to be able to follow these boys, and yeah, I always count myself lucky when I'm able to go out in the bush and be with such gracious, wonderful creatures. And it's even better that I can bring you along with me. So yeah, we'll just carry on following them as they go through this crazy thing called life. But it's always sad for me sometimes, you know. You're happy for the cheetah, but you feel sad for the little duiker that had to die for them to be able to get a meal. But that's the ways of the wild. Eat or be eaten. Nature can be brutal sometimes, and there is beauty in it, but there can be sadness as well. His tail getting caught in the sticks there. Shame. Doesn't look like he can find a nice comfy spot. It's like a leopard up a tree that's at a bad angle and not the perfect fit. Sometimes they look really uncomfortable. But always good to see a cheetah with a fat belly. So Justin, they've obviously got long legs, they've got a very slender body, and then their shoulders as well as their hips are very well adapted to, it's very flexible, and they're not able to unhinge them, but they're able to stretch them that they can put their front legs straight forward and their back legs straight back. So they're almost at a straight line, and that helps them to take strides of 7 meters and more. So that's the sort of the real evolutionary adaptation that they have physiologically, enabling them to take those massive strides. Then obviously the counterbalanced tail with the flat end, you know, so it has more weight right on the tip, and it's obviously able to then throw it from side to side. That's able to keep it in balance, as well as the claws that are non-retractable. They do act as sort of running spikes and helps them get grip on the ground, that when they are trying to get traction and picking up speed, that it helps with that as they put their feet down and kick forward again. And then they open up that massive stride, which is then what enables them to get up to full tilt, which is, you know, and they do that within 2 to 3 seconds. So they can actually accelerate faster than most sports cars, and they can get up to 110, 120 kilometers an hour within 3 seconds. So you think which car can do that? Maybe the new electric cars, but it's quite a push for that, and you could almost race cars next to cheetah. You could have them at the drag races. I know a few years ago they had one of our famous rugby players, Bryan Habana, one of the fastest rugby players, and they had him race a cheetah, but they put the cheetah like 100 meters back behind. So the cheetah was running 200 meters and Bryan Habana was running 100 meters, so half of what the cheetah was, and the cheetah still won. So they're incredibly fast. The fastest land mammal. You think the fastest animal in the world? I think that's given to the peregrine falcon, which can reach speeds of up to and over 180 kilometers an hour, because I think that's terminal velocity, but they can accelerate past that as they go down into a dive, because they flap their wings, and they actually, you know, it's not just falling, they're actually accelerating faster than the normal falling speed. And as far as I know, there's no other animal in the world that is faster. In the water, I think it's the bluefin tuna, followed by barracuda. Yeah, so I think that's land, air, and sea. But cheetah by far the fastest land mammal. Aha, yeah. I am mistaken. The peregrine falcon can go even faster. I think 180 kilometers is terminal velocity. That's normal falling speed, but they can get up to 300 kilometers plus. So when a peregrine falcon actually goes into a dive, it actually starts to make a noise similar to that of an aeroplane. And it's only the wind passing over their wings that starts to create that noise at that speed. And I've actually witnessed that firsthand, both in the wild and with some colleagues and friends of mine who partake in falconry and dedicated their lives to birds. And it's incredible. That is something that you can't even see the bird, but you can hear it with that noise that comes at reaching such speeds. Yeah, so Max, the director's just given me some info that peregrine falcons are one of the most widespread birds in the world, and one of the only areas that they're not found is in the Antarctica. And I would imagine because there's probably not enough game birds for them to feed on in the frozen ice. So everywhere else, yeah, I knew that you found them in Europe and Africa all across. But I didn't know that they were in China, Russia, or Australia and New Zealand. Maybe they're not too many on those parts. But yeah, Africa I think has probably got some of the highest populations or density populations of peregrine falcons, and they're used for quite a lot of human sort of issues. As I've spoken before, they've been used around airports to keep the doves or pigeons in particular, and sometimes also seagulls and the likes, off the runways, because obviously bird strikes is quite a danger to aeroplanes. So the falconers do work those birds in those areas and keep the airport clear of potential dangerous bird strikes. Another one is in urban areas where the pigeons and so on, they defecate and urinate on a lot of the buildings, and it starts to degrade the concrete with the uric acid. So the peregrine falcons help to keep those local pests, as you might call them, when the pigeons are overpopulated, and they can keep their numbers down, and in so doing help to keep the integrity of the buildings. It's one of the most exciting birds to watch on a hunt, and such a small little bird, also able to take down rather large prey, up to the size of spur fowls. So, and there also can be a bit of teamwork that goes on with them. You know, the thing is with peregrine falcons, if any of the game birds know that they are around, they don't fly, because they know that they're going to get hit by, and it's instinctive, they know that. And it goes so far that I've been with falconers that have pointers, and the pointers go out in the grass looking for the game birds, whether it's Orange River Franklin or, you know, they like to go for Franklin and spur fowls, but mainly Franklin. And Orange River Franklin is one of the top prizes. But the dogs go out in the grass, and when the dog then goes on point, it means that, you know, and it lifts one leg in the front and the tail starts wagging, but it goes dead still. And you know then that the birds are close by. And normally at that point they unhood the peregrine falcon and they let it start flying. And it goes in circles, it goes up and up and up and up and up. Almost out of view. It's a little dot in the sky. Eventually you can't even see it. And then but it flies directly above the sort of owner or the falconer, and then he will shout for the dogs to go in. But with those Franklin knowing that the peregrine falcon is up there, very often the dogs run in to bump the birds out, and the birds, they refuse. And sometimes the falconer actually has to go in and nearly kick the Franklin that it actually moves, but it's terrified. It would rather be taken out by the dogs or the human than the peregrine falcon. And it's an evolutionary trait, obviously, to know that you've got to sit tight if there's a peregrine falcon in the area. And so that's on a sort of human-bird relationship, but within the birds themselves, the males very often do fly low while the female flies high, and they go in to flush the birds out because they need them to fly in order for them to catch them. They can't hit them on the ground. They need to hit them in the air. So there needs to be that aspect of bumping the bird up in order for the alternative individual, in most cases the female, to then dive and get the full speed that they up to 300 kilometers an hour, and then they level out behind the prey as it's flying off, and they hit it in the sky. You normally just see a spray of feathers, and it almost explodes, and then they take it down to the ground. So cheetah obviously not air-based, land-based, and that's when you watch them and follow them, they often have this random zigzagging when they walk. It's also just trying to flush anything out, and I'm pretty sure that this morning they were probably just walking through these thickets and flushed out a duiker. If the duiker had have just sat tight, they maybe would have walked straight past it, but they need to flush it. And with 3 of them zigzagging, it does assist in flushing animals out, and then they go for the chase. So similar tactics, but obviously air versus land-based. Still a nice little breeze coming through. It seems it is switching around. Earlier this morning it was a southeaster, but it looks like it's turned almost southwest now. As I'm looking at all the trees and the leaves, I can feel it coming in slightly from the west, but still also having a bit of south on it. And that's where a lot of these fronts come from. It must come through sort of up the coast from the south, and with the westerly also driving it in. And so we had pretty much a heat wave just before we had this onset of rain. So it's actually nice that it's cooled things down, and the animals have been quite a bit more active. Although when it does start raining, then it's quite similar to when it's very hot. Then the animals can also be inactive during that sort of downpours. But lovely for the cheetah now that they've fed as well, that it's not too hot, and they won't be as uncomfortable as they would be if they'd fed and then it's very hot. Now that it's nice and cool, I think it's better for them. Oh. That's a little bit of a wake up.
Jump! All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Very nice to see him.
This is an unbelievable afternoon.
But that's given us a wonderful opportunity to now see them in the clear, in the open, and not worrying about us at all. Beautiful animals these are. It's just fabulous.
Said you're a great godfather to these cheetahs, and it's so good seeing them in better condition.
Maria, yeah, I think you're quite right. I don't know about being a godfather, but thanks for the compliment. However, all I want to do is just shadow these three, because it's a wonderful opportunity for both me and Morgan, as well as all of you, to just follow in the journey of these youngsters that are finding their way within the wild. Hey, don't think about it, buddy. Thank you. So they are very relaxed around vehicles. They're quite habituated with people, and so they also have sort of a little bit of a inkling to want to jump on the vehicle and get a bit of height so that they can see across, you know, over the bushes, etc. So that's just why I worry. I don't want them to get into that habit. Neither does the reserve, neither do any of the guides here on Amakhala. So it is protocol for us to remove ourselves, you know, within 15 meters, and at the worst, at least, maintain that they do not jump on the vehicle. So I want to make that very, very clear to everybody. I will not allow them on the vehicle. And I can't say that enough. So I know I've said it a few times already, but I need to just make it very clear to everybody. We won't allow it. There's a few white-necked ravens calling. They might have spotted in on that little bit of remains of the duiker that these cheetah 8. There's a couple of legs left there. They might have a little bit of a bite on it. Still lots of panting. There's not a totally full belly, but a decent sized belly on it. And obviously then needs to just pant in the assistive process of digesting. Takes a lot of energy to digest that amount of food. And it does seem the one with the collar is the one that's a bit bigger, and he does seem to be the leader. He sort of seems to move first, and then the others follow. So I wouldn't be surprised if this one also gets up and moves to where the other two have gone, which is just behind the vehicle. So I'm not going to move just yet. If he moves there, then at least I can drive forward and turn around. But right now we've got one in front and two behind. So I'm not going to take a chance and reverse. I might drive over one of their tails, and that would be terrible. They're just immaculate. It's beautiful to see them in this young age. They're just beautiful. So, as I say, spending time with cheetah. What more could you ask for? Except being trapped by them. One in front, two behind. We can't move. So guess what? We're not going to. We're going to stay right here. And in the meantime, while we see if these guys do get up and move around, I'm sticking with them. Doesn't matter. But you guys need to go off to Alex and see some of the animals that they could and in future might also chase down.
Thank you, Rolf, and fantastic scenes down there in Amakhala with those 3 cheetah and some of those cheetahs' favored menu items right here, dotted all over and throughout the landscape of Okukuyo. A number of springbok in and amongst us. Very cool, but otherwise, cloud cover building up. Our wildebeest bull still here as well. And a little bit of bird audio. Wind kind of dropping down a little bit, but otherwise another peaceful scene here in Okukuyo. Lovely green coming through the concrete. Just an awesome time. Really just pleasant moments at Okukuyo for now. I'm going to get a little bit closer in on the springbok and the grazing wildebeest bull. Just take the opportunity just to sit with them for a moment. Nice to have them all with us. Couple of starlings also calling in the background. Just really awesome Awesome, awesome. Lovely and relaxing here. Hi Kathy, wouldn't that be a treat having some Ellies across with us? But unfortunately it doesn't seem to be the case. It's been some time actually since I myself have seen Ellies this side. Of course there are a number of them here. But obviously taking advantage of all of this fresh vegetation that is around. Highly calorific for them. Of course not having the greatest of digestive systems. Picking up on anything that has got a lot of energy in it, so lots of kilojoules and calories in that for them, obviously being first port of call, and also with those now seasonal pans and that being active, and also the sort of surface water being around. Just fantastic for them to get out and disperse. But yeah, maybe that might change, Kathy, but the moment it is our springbuck and that lone wildebeest bull that is with us. Hi, Simon Emmanuel, and Simon saying that SA, so South Africa, has the highest forested dunes, the fastest land animal, and the fastest bird in the world. So two of those definitely true. With regards to the forested dunes, we would have to check with Rolf and them down in the Eastern Cape, because that is generally where the dunes are. And if they are forested, I'm sure they would have the best idea. But where we are here in Namibia, the highest dunes in the world that we are known sand dunes that aren't forested, at least, are found in the Namib Desert. But I do think that forested dunes possibly is correct. That's something to check in with Ralph or even Nick, both of them down in the Eastern Cape, and they would have an idea. Hi, Jack. Yes, it in fact was an ancient inland lake. In fact, you can actually see Okakuyo from space. A big white open expanse. Of course, you'll see that as well. So, the remnants of that lake being this concrete stone that is around here. Obviously, a very big calcium deposit. And the old saline remnants of that ancient lake. The pan system does obviously get operational again. Now in the rainy season it does kind of fill up, and we do get good numbers of flamingos and that do come through as well. So still just enjoying quiet moments with the springbuck here. they are definitely treating us today as they did yesterday. Nice just to have them about as well. Still the odd kind of milling about really that is going on. Mostly just focused on grazing at the moment. That's still nice to have them just dotted throughout. Very cool. They're still just enjoying quiet moments here in Okaukuejo with our springbuck. Not too much else going on here, but nice that they have stuck around for us throughout the course of the day. So we're going to just have a little pan around here. Nice to just sit quietly, watch as the springbuck graze around us. But, let's have a look to see if anything else is happening at the waterhole itself. Otherwise we'll come and join these springbuck. They're a bit closer to us, so a nice wildebeest bull. So kind of going from right to left, right to left. Or left to right again after that. So, very cool. Nice. To just have all this action and very close to us at the moment. So very cool. So it's really been quite awesome and very peaceful, just taking a moment just to watch our springbok as they graze around us here in Okakuyo. But it's time for us to check in with Nick, say hello to him, and see how Sunday is going in Kariega.
And welcome to Sunday at Kariega, where it's also very peaceful. Nice and quiet, nice and restful. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist. And yeah, as you can see, these rhinos definitely understand the fact that it's a deep, chill Sunday. Look at this one closest to us here. It's got its foot kind of stretched out in front of it slightly. Quite often see them actually folding that one of those front feet in, almost creating like a bit of a pillow. But I think where these rhinos are, there's a sort of a small ridge line that's slightly higher lying in terms of it not being completely flat ground. So maybe he's found himself a comfy spot just to put his chin on. And you can see in the background we've got some zebras, a blesbok lying down, as well as some eland. Yeah, so during a sunrise safari this morning, we did have an unexpected sort of quite a hard sprinkle of rain that came in. We had some very dark clouds, but since then the wind's picked up a little bit. I mean, it's nothing too significant, but it's decent. Kind of seems to have blown a lot of those darker clouds away. Any chances of rain away, which is good. That's what we want. Yeah, and like I said, a lot of our animals kind of taking it easy. Temperatures are definitely a lot cooler today compared to some of the other days. You can see these rhino. They're all looking quite dry and clean. Thank you for the comment. Yes, it's definitely Sunday is a chill day in Kariega. I feel like for these rhinos, every day is a chill day. You know, kind of, it's not really a saying, but I mean it's definitely a truth that lions sleep a whole lot. You know, lions can sleep up to 20 hours of the day. You know, these rhino are not too far behind, I reckon. You know, maybe not quite 20 hours of the day, but I mean these guys know how to get a little bit of shut-eye as well. But yeah, like I was saying, today's not too hot, so they don't really need to do any mud wallowing or anything like that sort of midday. I'm sure they've done a little bit of active feeding earlier on this morning. I'm parked relatively close to one of the rhino dung middens in the area here, just behind my vehicle, and I can see and smell that it's there's some relatively fresh dung that's been deposited there. So I think that kind of goes hand in hand with maybe a little bit of morning feeding, a little bit of activity this morning. Maybe these rhino did stop off by one of the dung middens. A little bit of repositioning going on from this rhino here. Yeah, the other two rhino definitely looks like they are passed out there. This one closest to us definitely is giving us the most movement out of everybody. Yeah, but definitely been a lovely, peaceful day here at Kariega as well, as throughout all of our locations, I'm sure. Sonia, thanks for your question. Do the dung middens attract flies? For sure, they will attract flies. I'm actually, like I said, there's a dung midden behind me. I can actually see a fly buzzing around one of the little boluses of dung, one of the little piles of dung, so it'll definitely attract flies. You'll also get little parasites and things like that, I guess, that could potentially pop up in dung. And that's where something like your dung beetles are so important. So remember, with your dung beetles, they'll do, different types of dung beetles will do different types of things with the dung. But in terms of, if you just look at it holistically, if you look at it collectively, over the course of about a year, a dung beetle will bury about one ton of dung underneath the ground per year. So I mean, for quite a small little creature, that's quite a lot of dung that's removed, and that's very important in terms of that taking place, of the dung beetles doing that. So by burying it underground, it kind of reduces obviously the amount of it on the surface, and then also by doing that, the amount of the flies and things you'll find, and the parasites and things that could sort of start to take place and develop within that dung. But it's a very interesting sort of stat, that about how much dung a dung beetle will bury per year. You look at different types of dung beetles, and some guys will go to the dung site, the dung midden, and they will form that ball. So remember, something like rhino dung, remember with rhinos just eating grass, being grazers, that's quite a nice type of dung. It's not like there's going to be twigs and stuff there that might make it a bit harder to form that ball. So they'll form that nice ball. Some of them will roll it away and bury it to kind of eat later. Other ones will sort of bury dung directly underneath the dung site, your paracoprids, or your endocoprid rather, sorry. And other guys will, you find two dung beetles together quite often with a ball of dung. And remember that's like a little present almost to the female. So the male will roll that ball, the female will hang on for dear life, and the male will roll that ball away from the dung site, and he's pretty much upside down. He's rolling it with his back legs. And he'll keep kind of cruising around, and he'll mate with the female, and she will deposit her egg inside the middle of that ball there, and then bury that, and then that'll be so it's essentially been like a nuptial present, nuptial gift. So yeah, different dung beetles will do different things. But yes, I mean, in terms of the ecological niche that dung beetle fulfills, very important. Just looking at the ears of this rhino, flicking every now and then. I wonder if there aren't some little flies that are irritating it there. It's quite common to see those ears kind of shifting and rotating to listen, but every now and then you're seeing the both of them kind of flapping at the same time. So maybe there is a small little fly or something that's buzzing around its head there, a little midge or something like that.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see when the next rains, when they come, if if we're gonna get the rain we had this morning was, you can't classify that as a proper rain. It was more of just like a little sprinkle. But it'll be interesting to see when it comes, how hard it is. Obviously we're quite deep into summer now, so we don't really. It's not as important to have that soft kind of rain that'll infiltrate into the ground. The ground's been kind of saturated nicely already, so it's not like we're going to have a massive amount of runoff if there is some of those big thunderstorms that bring that hard kind of torrential type of rain. So it's not a problem. It's more at the start of your summer season that if you have that very hard rain, that can cause issues. You're going to have a lot of sort of runoff, and that's obviously taking nutrients off of the top of the surface. And where we are kind of right now, down in the bottom of the valley, you can kind of get a lot of those nutrients filtering down from surrounding areas, and it can concentrate itself into one sort of water hole, and all of that runoff can get sort of flushed into there. So sometimes if that happens, and there's lots of, it's not really going to happen here, but if you look at areas where there's sort of lots of fertilizers and things like that in the surrounding area, that can be a bit of a problem. If you look at sort of large scale industrial farming areas, really that could be a bit of a problem. So if you've got that type of runoff with that hard rain right at the start of your rainy season, that can push a lot of those nutrients into those water holes. So mostly it would be your nitrates and your phosphorus that you find high amounts of those in fertilizers and things like that, or even naturally. But if all of those had to get sort of washed down into a water hole or a area, marsh or something like that's basically going to overnourish that body of water, and from there you start the whole sort of process of eutrophication, really, which that's basically going to be setting off a chain reaction in that area, in that ecosystem. So it causes basically an overabundance of plants and algae that start to develop in that body of water, which is not really great. It's going to increase the amount of carbon dioxide in a body of water like that, and also it'll then decrease oxygen levels. So you're going up in carbon dioxide and down in oxygen, which is not really what you want in water holes and things like that. And sometimes when you do see kind of thick layers of algae on top of water holes and things like that, it's not the healthiest ecosystem environment, micro environment, if you want to call it that. So the more that sort of algae starts to grow, you think of your blue-green algae, that's your one you've got to be quite careful of, that you don't really want growing. If that develops to form that thick layer, that's going to then block the sunlight in turn from reaching the bottom of that water hole, which for the plants in that water hole growing at the bottom, those aquatic plants, if they're not getting sunlight, they can't photosynthesize. So you can see how this starts to have like a knock-on effect. You can imagine in a water hole then, if you've got fish inside that water hole, it could be like a massive one. Those fish are then going to struggle to get enough oxygen if there's a decrease in the overall amount of oxygen in the water. So it's kind of like a domino effect, really. One thing leads to another, and you really just you don't want it to continue. If it does, that whole small ecosystem, that water hole could could become a dead zone. You know, there's just simply not enough oxygen for plants and things like fish to survive. But I mean, that's going to take place, like I said, in areas of where there's quite commonly fertilizers and things like that. Obviously, in wild areas like this in Kariega, it's not going to be as exaggerated as things like that. Yes, you can get little bits of algae growing here and there, which is not a bad thing, but it just won't be as exaggerated as some of these other areas. But this rhino is definitely not worried about eutrophication and nitrates and phosphorus and all of that. He's just having his deep chill. But Tula, it's a good question. Do rhinos take down lions often? No, they don't take down rhinos often. It's possible for them to take rhinos down, but it's not a commonplace thing to see. So I mean, if you look at a rhino, it's obviously it's a big animal, but it's covered by sort of a tough hide, you know, quite a thick hide when you compare that to something like a impala or a zebra or a wildebeest or something like that. You know, those are going to be a bit juicier. And it has been recorded of lions killing rhino, but they're not really on the menu, so as to say. You know, you've got other prey species which might be slightly easier to catch than something like a rhino. Remember, in terms of the way lions kill their prey, it's either by clamping onto their throat and cutting off their wind circulation, or you can sometimes find, and it happens with buffalo, of how a lioness or male lion will put their mouth over the nose and the mouth of that animal and prevent it from breathing that way. Remember, lions have got massive nasal cavities. But if you look at rhino, the width of their neck is huge, you know. It's not going to be very easy for a lion to latch onto that. It's possible, but not very easy. So it's not a very common thing to see lions taking rhinos down. We've got a few zebras and eland just on the side here making their way across. A little bit more active than our rhinos. So I mean, you look at something like these eland walking in the front here. Big animals, you know, there's lots of meat on there for a lion. If a lion had to go for one of these eland or even zebra, you know, there's definitely more meat on an eland than a zebra, but softer kind of skin on these animals here compared to a rhino. So this is going to be more of the sort of the target of what lions would look for. But also it's important to remember to not kind of underestimate a eland. You know, it's a big animal, and it kind of looks like it would be a slow animal, that it wouldn't be able to get away too quickly, but an eland can really move. And even though it's so sort of muscular and large-bodied, they're able to jump incredibly well. From a standstill like this, not even from a running sort of movement, from a standstill they're able to clear about sort of 2.5, 3 meters or so. So I mean they can really jump. Quite a bit of movement going on with the zebra here. Have a look and see if they're not having a little bit of a domestic amongst the group here. Little bit of jostling going on. While our zebras sort out their differences across to Rolf and see what the three amigos are up to.
Get another hunt here, bro. Okay, folks. Sorry, I never realized that you guys were with me now. And the cheetah have gotten up. They're walking down. So we're just going to see what they get up to. And as I was saying to Morgan when I never realized that I was live, they could even hunt. So even though they have fed, I'm just going to stop here and we can watch and see what they do. I hope we don't lose signal as they head down potentially into the valley in front of us. There is the usual, after having had a big meal, going to the toilet. Luckily we're not downwind of that, because I'm pretty sure that will not be smelling nice at all. It's normally quite sloppy, that first defecation, and it's normally quite black as well, with a lot of blood in it. That's normally the first passing, and then later it starts solidifying, and then even after that then you start having sort of the little fragments of bone, etc., that starts passing through, and then you'll see that in there. And then right at the end you may see some of the fur that also gets passed. And then if you go and you check those the scat, once it's aged a little bit, the black, which contains a lot of blood, starts turning green. Almost like you might get on your skin when you wear copper bangles. That kind of green is an indication of blood that has aged within a scat. So if we had to come back in a couple of days and have a look at where that one defecated, we'd probably find it looking more green than what it looks now. It's very black. And that's the blood. I'll try and go forward again. There is still a road that continues here, so we're going to move on down. This is an area that I don't believe they've been to before, so they're also discovering it for the first time. So a little bit of an adventure here. I'm in low range 4x4. It's quite a rugged territory. As I said, they might be going down into this drainage line here, and we may just lose signal, but let's see how we go. I might run out of road as well, so let's just see what happens here in the corner. I think we might be out of road. That might be the last we see of them. However, it looks like there's a bit of a clearing, and they may go, no, I think that might be it for now. I'll just try to see where they've gone, but we're right down on the boundary line, so they would have to go down into the drainage and then either up the other side or move along in the drainage line itself. But we'll have to just now wait and see, because I'm out of road, and so we can just wait a little bit and see what happens. But for now they're out of view. They could potentially go for a drink, but they have drunk recently, so it's not necessary. But as I say, sometimes they do like washing a nice big meal down with some water. They're in there somewhere, not sure where. We've lost sight of them. But how awesome was that little sighting with them? It was fantastic. There was a yellow-billed kite also flying around, and it was vocalizing. I think he's still up there in the air. I'm pretty sure it's a yellow-billed kite. Let me just double check. I tried to. He's got a stick. No, it's not a yellow-billed kite. Or is it? No, it is. It is a yellow-billed kite, but he's got a stick, which is, for me, quite strange, because they don't nest here. He's moving it from his talons to his bill. He's gone up too high. Shame. He's trying to get some thermals, but it's not very hot. There he comes back again. Solly, it's awesome to have you back with us. And lovely to be in the bush with you, or have you with us as we go on the adventure, going through the bush, seeing what we find, and following with these cheetah. That's it's very unique. It's amazing. Now there's a circling. I'm pretty sure it's a yellow-billed kite. We got them. Ah, they're starting to go up the other side. Well spotted. They've walked right across now. Now there is a road there, but I think I might have to go back and get onto that other road. There, they stopped going up the hill now. That's quite a steep incline there. That would definitely require low range first gear for this Land Rover to go up, but they're making light work of it. There's the first one up. The second one coming, the third one down the bottom. So they're on the move again, and if something pops out in front of them, I'll tell you what, they won't say no, they'll go for it. I've seen cheetah eat 3 meals in one day, so 2 is definitely not out of the question. Especially a duiker, split between 3 of them, and you can see their bellies aren't huge. They were massive after they'd eaten that eland. That was a lovely meal, and they didn't move for nearly a day and a half. Whereas a few hours after having eaten this duiker, they're already patrolling again and finding out where they can go. So this is them sort of walking the perimeter. They do often look through the fence onto the other side, and yeah, because it's quite obviously strange for them to see a fence. They look through it, and often they spot prey on the other side, but they'll only touch that fence once, and that's the whole point. There is an electric pulse that moves through there, but it's high voltage, low amperage. So it's meant just to knock animals off, and in particular elephants. But it's designed not to kill them. It's just to knock them away from the fence. And as I say, they've probably experienced that before. That's why they keep their distance from that wire. And if you've ever done that, I have. I've done it a few times, but this was just being silly with our, young and stupid. But we used to play around with these fences, and because they're on a pulse, it's like a Russian roulette. You try and see if you can grab the wire in between the pulses. And then the one that's unlucky gets it as the pulse goes, and then gets knocked off of it. Strange games you get up to when you live in the bush. And this is not a small reserve. This is close on 10,000 hectares. So it's not as if they don't have space to move, but they're obviously just discovering, as I say, the entirety of their home range, which they can now currently move upon. And I think this is the first time they've been down here. They've pretty much moved right across the reserve. So just working out where the best hunting grounds will be, where they can get water, etc. And then later, I'm pretty sure we'll start seeing them getting into a rhythm and some habits of where they like to hunt, where they like to drink, where they like to move it around. Jacques. I don't want to go off the cheetah. I wanted to show you on the map, but they are. I'm going to look at the map, but you stay with the cheetah because they're going to go out of view soon. So where they killed the eland to where they are now, I would say is probably within the region of about 6 to 8 kilometers. There or thereabouts, but there is a lot of sort of valleys and things in between, so they may have walked in the region of about 10 kilometers from where they killed the eland, with all the valleys taken into account. Maybe a bit less. There they just seem to have found themselves a nice bed of grass where they were lying just before they got up and started walking. It seemed like they were getting bitten by ants because they kept rolling over and then looking on the ground next to them, and you could see that they were irritated. I don't know if they were getting bitten by pesky insects that made them move. There they also seem to be a little bit irritated in the grass. Maybe there's quite a bit of flies and mosquitoes, etc. in there. But it does look like a comfortable bed if they want to lie down and have a snooze. And they are being watched by that yellow-billed kite that's flying above them. Alright, so I think I'm going to try and get up on that road through on the other side of the valley there and try and get closer to them, but there is a bit of 4x4ing involved, and I do need to go down into the valley where I'm probably going to lose signal. So without losing signal, I think let's keep you on the signal and send you over to Alex.
Thanks, Ralph, and always cool to spend time with the three amigos. And we're with some other amigos right now. A bunch of impala and, of course, some female Inyala as well. Just here off the side of Gari Dam, underneath that jackleberry, kind of feeding in the shade at the moment. The wind has dropped. And, of course, these guys using the shade to kind of help with energy preservation, but as well as just enjoying some of the fresh shoots. Of course, Nyala generally known to be browsers, although this one, as you will see, also grazing. So not always the case, but fantastic to see anyway. So it's quite cool just to note that. One or two oxpeckers as well, the woodlands kingfisher around as well. You can actually see how much bigger that Inyala female is compared to the impala females. stockier as well as being taller. Quite a pleasant scene. Lovely to have them here. Of course, we did get that younger Inyala earlier, that young Inyala bull. Nice to have this Inyala cow now with us. Of course, this rather big impala herd that has been around for the majority of the day here as well. So nice to have a day spent with herbivores. Hi Scott, thanks for your comment. And yes, it is a lovely Sunday and we have had a really awesome Sunday. And of course the bird calls here in Djuma as well as in Okakuyo being rather spectacular today. But lovely to have this large herd of impala. They really have treated us to a wonderful day.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
So after a little scan around, just checking to see if Dewey is going to afford us the ability to have a look at him, but it didn't seem like that. Kind of also just with his head in the water, but these impala hanging around and doing the most for us. A number of them also just sticking in the shade. We can also assume that the majority of the lambs that are here also kind of tucked away in the grass and in the shade as well. But nice to be able to spend time with them all. They really are treating us to a lovely day. So from a really awesome and relaxing Djuma, it is time for us to head over to Nick and go and see what is happening across in Kariega.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely an equally relaxing Kariega. Always feel like water is relaxing. The sound of water, just looking at water, and the animals are an added bonus here. And see, it looks like a sacred ibis just at the edge of the water there, that very white bird. Yeah, definitely a very calm, soothing scene here. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the water, of either kind of the sound of rivers sort of flowing. Oh, it's lovely, lovely variety. We've also got warthog there at the back, just doing a little bit of feeding. Eland going from A to B. So there is a bit of a breeze, so I can't hear the eland walking. Remember, when they walk, there's that clicking noise from their tendons slipping over the ligaments. I can't really hear it as they're walking, but I'm actually quite thankful for that. It kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies to hear that clicking sound. It's just, ugh. You know, like when you click your fingers and sometimes it hurts. I don't know if that's just me. But yeah, I always think it sounds so uncomfortable for an eland. But you look at them walk and it's not like they cringe. It's not like they kind of affects their walking largely. They kind of just get on with it and keep moving. You can see we've got a whole lot of yellow-billed duck in the background there. This eland definitely doesn't want a close-up shot of himself. Yeah, obviously everybody's headed down to the water, slake their thirst, and now it's kind of time to shift along slowly. Do a bit of feeding in some other areas. Oh, with this weather that we've got today, I must say I haven't seen a single yellow-billed kite moving around. Remember, quite often with these zebras and eland moving around, you get the kites following them, hoping that they can pick up a little grasshopper or two. Haven't seen a single one today. Tom, thanks for the question. I think the scenery of Kariega is unreal. It's breathtaking. You know, you can go up to some of the high sort of ridge lines and things like that, and you get an amazing point of view. Some of those ridge lines are more sort of just grasslands, and from there you can go down to, you move around in your sort of your Albany thicket, which in itself is incredibly diverse in terms of plant life and things like that. And you know, you go down into the bottom of valleys and things like that, and you've got the rivers which kind of wind their way through the area, and that's a completely different type of habitat in its own. I actually went driving down one of the river areas earlier today, just trying to see if there was a nice spot for us to show you a different area there, and I found a African finfoot, which you know, that's one of our harder birds to find. It's a very secretive type of bird, you know, with those very reddish colored feet. Just a quick little glimpse, but I mean, that was amazing to go from the top of a ridge line down to a river and have all those different sort of animals and plants. Incredible. So Tom, to get back to your question, I would say the scenery of Kariega is just incredible. It's really amazing. I mean, if you look at the scene that we've got here, you've got these beautiful open areas, and then in the background you can see how it changes to sort of dense thickets, and you've got some really sort of steep gorges and things that you can traverse. And yeah, I feel like it's in terms of the roads and things like that, it's a really good mix between being a sort of a comfortable ride in the vehicle, but also being, you know, wild, if you want to call it that. That, you know, you've got to watch where you're driving, and it's good fun, you know. So Kariega it's very diverse. I love it. But each to their own. You know, obviously when you compare the habitat here in Kariega compared to, you know, Pridelands, it'll be different. You compare it to Djuma, it'll be different. You compare it to Okukoyo, it'll be different. And I think it's awesome that at the end of the day we can bring all these different types of habitats and the you know, the life that comes along with it to you guys. It really is incredible. Just gonna pan across a little bit here. Those warthog that we saw have moved off a little bit. Michelle, I'm glad you've enjoyed the experience so far today. Yeah, it's definitely been amazing. See the little piglets there, mom on the left. They've kind of just got a little case of stage fright right now, but this is too adorable not to show you. The wind is picking up a little bit, so hopefully our camera is going to stay still enough, but we should see a little bit of movement coming from these piglets now. I thought mom was going to keep walking, but she's got static just here. Let's have a look and see if she comes towards us. Yeah, if they kind of just came down into the open for us a little bit more, you get a good idea of their size. They are tiny little things. It looks like there's 3 of them there. Yeah, you can see mom slowly making her way across. But what an amazing way to end our escape to nature here, with 3 tiny little piglets. Come on, little ones. Don't get a case of stage fright now. Remember, the first few days or even weeks of a little piglet's life is quite often underground. So already these ones they're still small, but they've already spent a bit of time underground. But I hope everybody's learned something, had some beautiful views across our different locations, fulfilled, got your little bush fix, so as to say. And stick around with us as we head into our sunset safari. You never know what's going to be around the next corner. But I'm sure there'll definitely be some amazing stuff. It is a Sunday, so I'm sure a lot of people are taking it easy at home. And we're going to bring a slice of paradise. I should be a rapper. Slice of paradise to your home.